And we're live. Roll up, everybody. Gather, come and join. One man went to mow. We're back at it again. It never stops, it doesn't relent. The noise making commences as per usual. That or your noisemaker in situation. The session, in session, your company required. One man went to mow. Gather, come and join me. Let's spend the next few hours together. You know how we do it, and you know why we do it, and you know where we do it. So, gather, let's do it together. The session has commenced, so let's be having you. One man went to mow, the eagle has landed. So, guitar boy, if you see Mami Water, never ever you run away, Victor Uwaifo. So, a nod in the direction of Victor Uwaifo, who sadly passed away today, aged 80, or certainly recently, if not today. The news came to the fore today. So, Victor Uwaifo, you get the other half, the final half of that rendition, but let me bring you the headlines first. Former Nigerian vice president explains his long absence due to his master's at Cambridge. So I better pass my neighbor Atiku making claims now, trying to contrast his credentials against the incumbent, whose school certificate we're still in search of 6 years into his tenure. So Atiku comes in boastfully. Oshiomole makes stunning revelation on his removal as APC boss. So what actually went down now? It looks as though this guy is about to reveal. Buhari Tinubu saved Nigeria's democracy. GARBA SHEHU, of course, talking SHIT as is his usual want now. That is the expectation that we have of this element now. GARBA SHEHU. Buhari Tinubu saved Nigeria's democracy. A headline attributed to GARBA SHEHU. I am traditional head of Yoruba nation. Alaafin speaks to that space. So this controversy has been going on for pretty much centuries now. Who holds paramount within the Yoruba space? So we've narrowed it down to two contenders, the Alaafin of Oyo or the Ooni of Ife. So Alaafin of Oyo now moves to seize that space now. I am traditional head of Yoruba nation. Alaafin of Oyo asserts. So quite what his claim is to that space now, we'll get to find out shortly. But first to the final half of the Victor Uwaifo rendition. And there we are, Victor Uwaifo RIP. So, Victor Uwaifo RIP, as guys, I bring you this, former Nigerian vice president explains his long absence due to his masters at Cambridge. Atiku Abubakar rejects claims that he had fled Nigeria to Dubai following the 2019 presidential election defeat, claiming that he had been finishing his lectures in an international relations master's program at Cambridge. The former vice president of Nigeria from 1999 to 2007, Atiku Abubakar, has rejected rumors that he was in Dubai since 2019, instead claiming that he was finishing his lectures for a master's degree in international relations at Cambridge. In 2019, Abubakar lost the presidential election as the candidate from the PDP People's Democratic Party to incumbent President Muhammadu Buhari by over 3 million votes. Following the defeat, Abubakar appealed to the Nigerian Supreme Court, declaring the election the worst in Nigeria's history, and was rumored to have fled to Dubai. On Thursday, 25th 8th, Abubakar explained his on Thursday, 25th 8th, Abubakar explained his long absence by saying that he left the country to read international relations at Cambridge University. Speaking at a PDP Board of Trustees meeting, he said, "Many people have wondered where I have been since September last year, and it became a matter of rumor amongst many people. I want to say that I was away because I went back to school, and I have finished my lectures in May, where I read Masters in International Relations at Cambridge University." He went on to thank former President Olusegun Obasanjo for actually recommending me for that course at the university. Abubakar's long absence has been received with a sense of betrayal by those within the PDP. Rufus Omiere, the party chairman, accused Abubakar of being detached, claiming that it is very shameful that since he lost the presidential elections, he moved to Dubai, abandoning all members of the PDP, all stakeholders, and millions of ordinary Nigerians who voted for him and the PDP in 2019. After being sworn in as vice president in 1999, Abubakar presided over 8 years in office. His first term was characterized by his role as chairman of the National Economic Council and head of the National Council on Privatization. A believer in educational reform, Abubakar founded the American University of Nigeria in 2005, where students benefited from an American style faculty, including small classes. In 2014, the 15 escapees of the Chibok school kidnapping carried out by Boko Haram were offered scholarships there. At the PDP trustees meeting, Abubakar declared his confidence that the party will be back in power in 2023 after the elections. So, bear with me. There's an additional piece here, which I'm trying to see if it pertains to it, but it does not. So that is Atiku Abubakar now defending that space. So a lot of speculations, of course, that this guy has been resident in Dubai pretty much since he left office after the Obasanjo administration. So it shows then the lack of confidence. It shows a lack of confidence in the country that he governed as a deputy for 8 years, and is pushing hard to govern now as a principal, as the president. So if for 8 years you were the vice president and you've not done sufficient enough to find Nigeria livable, then why then should people then vest that trust in you to be the number one? So that is the question, and Atiku answers by saying that he went back to school. To the next narrative, Oshiomhole makes stunning revelation on his removal from the APC. Adams Oshiomhole, the former national chairman of the All Progressive Congress APC, has revealed that an appeal court voided his removal from office. He made the stunning revelation while speaking with newsmen at the fundraising and investiture of Mrs. Victoria Unorumi as the 10th president of Club as the 10th president of Rotary Club at Maitama in Abuja. The court judgment was delivered on July the 2nd, 2020, about 2 weeks after I was removed from office. I decided to make it public because I saw many commentaries suggesting that people were not aware that the case was dismissed. It was over a year that the case was dismissed. Initially, I was not bothered, but when I saw the way commentators were talking on the issue, I realized they were apparently not well informed that the case was dismissed. I said I should let the world know about it, and we published it. Oshiomhole, who was also the chairman of the event, said he chose to sleep on his right over the legal victory. However, he added that he had no regret leaving as APC chairman. He said he joined the party to form a platform that could kick the PDP out of power. According to him, he has fulfilled the objective in spite of his removal from office. So let's pause there for a moment. So what Oshiomhole is saying essentially is there's a court judgment that voids his removal as the APC chairman, but because he's read the writings on the wall that the party does not want him, or the powers that be within the party do not want him, he just let it go, obviously for reasons of corruption. So it's going on for that to say that the reason he joined the APC was to kick the PDP out of power. But then, of course, we have to remember that Oshiomhole was not the initial chairman of the APC. It was John Oyegun, that's the party that was the original, the first chairman of that party. He ceded that space to Oshiomhole via some sort of like political machinations, and the same political machinations now ushered him out of power. He got a court victory, as he said, but he decided to let sleeping dogs lie. He continues, he said that he joined the party to form a platform that could kick the PDP out of power. According to him, he has fulfilled the objective in spite of his removal from office. Let me repeat what I said shortly after the National Working Committee of the APC was dissolved when I spoke with a journalist then. I said then that regardless of the legality or illegality of the issue, I accepted what happened in good faith and I remain committed to doing whatever I can to support the party. I am still active in all APC activities, and I don't think that I needed to be chairman to be relevant. I did not join the party to become chairman. I joined in order to form an alternative platform capable of kicking the PDP out of power, and that objective has been achieved. It doesn't matter the way things have gone. The primary purpose was not for me to be APC chairman, Oshiomole said. The former national chairman expressed optimism that Nigeria would hold a hitch-free election in 2023. I have hope for 2023. God will not forsake a nation of 200 million people in 2023. Our democracy has come to stay. Although it is not perfect, a couple of things could be done to strengthen it. I believe that God, in His infinite mercy, will help Nigeria to sustain its democracy and guide us as we move towards 2023, and the country will go forward. I want all of you to realize that I always make this point because Nigeria is bigger than the total sum of the problems bedeviling it. So I am an optimist, he said earlier in her acceptance speech. So he goes on to speak then about the person that was being invested as the president of the Rotary Club. So Oshiomhole then saying essentially that legally he still remains the chairman of the APC, but reading the signals and the writings on the wall, especially from and by the powers that be, he decided to step aside. So he decided to step aside, but GARBA SHEHU continues sadly to step forward. Buhari Tinubu saved Nigeria's democracy. GARBA SHEHU speaking to the space. GARBA SHEHU, spokesperson of President Muhammadu Buhari, says Mr. Buhari and former Lagos State Governor Bola Tinubu saved Nigeria's democracy with the merger that birthed the All Progressive Congress that defeated the People's Democratic Party in the 2015 presidential election. President Muhammadu Buhari reconstructed political parties and formed this country's biggest political merger in partnership with people like Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu and saved the country's democracy by instituting a new administration that is change oriented, Mr. Garba Shehu said. The spokesman made this statement in an interview with BBC Pidgin on Saturday when explaining that Mr. Buhari's changing of political parties cannot be likened to Benue State Governor Samuel Oton's move from one party to another. Mr. Buhari was a member of the Congress for Progressive Change that merged to form the APC. When it was formed, Mr. Otom was a member of the APC until in 2018 when he dumped the party to join the PDP. However, contrary to Mr. Shehu's claim that Mr. Buhari saved the country's democracy, instead, the regime has been notorious for gross human rights abuses, extrajudicial killings of protesters, and massive clampdown on the media, considered by many as the worst in Nigeria's history. Mr. Buhari, in disobedience to court orders, detained former national excuse me, Mr. Buhari, in disobedience to court orders, detained former National Security Advisor Dasuki Sambo, Sahara Reporters publisher Omoyele Sowore, separatist leader Nnamdi Kanu, and leader of the Islamic movement in Nigeria, Ibrahim El-Zakzaki, and his wife for several months in spite of court orders granting their bail. Nigerians have also witnessed cases of killings of protesters across the country as the police and army continue to open live rounds on protesting citizens since Mr. Buhari assumed office in 2015. In 2015, shortly after Mr. Buhari came into power, over 348 members of the Shiite Islamic group were massacred and buried in a mass grave by the Nigerian military. Amnesty International had in 2016 reported how the Nigerian military extrajudicially killed at least 150 pro-Biafra protesters in the southeast part of the country. A nationwide protest against years of police brutality and extrajudicial killings, christened #EndSARS, ended on a tragic note when on a night of October 2020, the military opened live rounds on young Nigerians gathered at Lekki Toll Gate in Lagos. So that is the price of our democracy. That is democracy, Buhari style, Tinubu style, Nigeria style. Yamotu, as ever. Bear with me. I'm just trying to see if I should bring you a bonus story. But I'll reflect on that. The bonus story that I was thinking to bring you is Malami Channel's 3.2 billion naira federal government intervention to Kebbi citizens as payback. So not only is it looting the treasury for its own pockets, it's now also looting it rather for its own people. So just the looting continues. But let's go to the Yoruba kingdom space first. I am traditional head of Yoruba nation, Alaafin of Oyo speaking to the space. The Alaafin of Oyo, Oba Lamidi Adeyemi on Saturday, said amongst all Yoruba kings, he is the only monarch who has the exclusive rights to confer chieftaincy titles that will cover the whole Yoruba land on worthy individuals. He made this disclosure in a statement he signed at the conferment of chieftaincy titles of Atobashe and Ayedero of Yoruba land on Engineer Babajide Ademola Ogun Biade and Honorable Shina Pella, respectively, at the weekend. Oba Adeyemi, who described the two awardees as eligible for the title, contended that from time immemorial, let me take that again. Oba Adeyemi, who described the two awardees as eligible for the titles, contended that from time immemorial, he is the king and head of the Yoruba nation. He is the only king in Yoruba land who can confer chieftaincy title on a worthy individual, man or woman, to cover the whole of Yoruba land. In exercise of this right, successive Alaafin of Oyo have been guided by due process in the appointment of Yorubas to chieftaincies that cover the whole of Yoruba land. It takes a lot to be invited into Yoruba royalty and be conferred with these Yoruba-wide titles. US-based Dr. Babajide Agunbiade and Honorable Shina Abiola Pella are the ones getting the chieftaincy titles, whilst justifying his decision to confer the honors on the awardees. He maintained that they are indigenes with impeccable characters. I took the decision to confer historical titles on these two prominent Oyo and proud Yoruba sons of mine because of their contribution to society and outstanding representation in their various industries and fields of endeavor. Agun Biade is one of the most cerebral oil and gas experts and most especially representing Nigeria gallantly in global oil and gas rising to the leadership in global oil and gas. I am proud to be associated with such intellect. He is a passionate, competent, dependable, and well versed guy that goes the extra mile to make sure people around him achieve their full potential. Engineer Dr. Agunbiade is a distinguished Yoruba son, technocrat, and one of the world's leading offshore production experts with over 20 years experience in the oil industry. And on and on it goes. So essentially, it is really that main bit where he says, actually, let me just give you the fullness of it. Speaking on newly conferred Ayedero of Yoruba land, Honorable Shina Abiola Pella, the son of Alhaji Silifat and late Professor Moshood Abiola Pella, Alaafin affirmed that he had excelled in business and as a serving member of the House of Representatives. As I have always made known at every occasion and event such as this one, that our pride as Yoruba is in our intrinsic traditions and cultural heritage. Yoruba as a race or nation evolved a superb constitution which, though unwritten, is daintily and unequivocally observed by strong convention. The Yoruba chieftaincy institution is the pillar, indeed the bedrock, of our system of government. A traditional ruler cannot, therefore, afford to be despotic without dire consequences. He, therefore, must rule within honorable norms of our traditions. One of the awardees, Dr. Agunbiade, stated that so on and on it goes. Let me actually give you that as well. One of the awardees, Dr. Agunbiabe, stated that history has it that the Oyo Empire existed since the 13th century. This very empire was one of the wealthiest empires in Africa. The Oyo Empire is reckoned as a major source of Yoruba ancestral heritage. You will also agree with me that the Yoruba race remain a dominant cultural force in Africa since as far back as the 11th century. So Yoruba chest beating there. Yeah, we end that there. So we end it on a Yoruba chest beating, and nobody, of course, beats his chest more than Ajanle Koko as a Yoruba man. Ola, good to see you as well. Good to see you, gentlemen. So Ajanle Koko first to the Yoruba space or your empire and the Alaafin claiming that is the foremost, most paramount king in Yoruba land. What are you making of that, Ajanle Koko?
Hey, how you doing, one man?
I'm good.
How are you, Ola?
Ẹ̀gbọ́n ẹ káàsán o.
Ẹ kú ló ń bẹ̀.
Àwa nìyẹn o.
So to the Alaafin, is it mischief making? Do you first agree that the Alaafin is indeed the foremost, most paramount king in Yoruba land?
Well, as far as Yoruba land is concerned, it's true. He's the foremost king in Yoruba land. However, the Ile-Ife is our ancestral homeland, and he is Alaafin. Ooni of Ife is a spiritual leader of all the king in Yoruba land.
Yes, I was going to invite you to make that distinction between the Ooni and the Alaafin because there are two different roles. But do you want to describe the distinctions for us? What distinguishes them from each other?
Yeah, the Ooni is the spiritual head. Is the spiritual head, the supreme, can call him the supreme and spiritual leader of Yoruba land, while Alaafin is the foremost traditional king.
Would you sorry, Ajane Koko, would you say the Alaafin is the Ooni, would you say is a king or a priest? Is he a king or a priest?
Um,
You are in the territory I'm interested in. If you let me
Yes,
chime in.
because yes, let's hear from Ajale Koko first. Is the Oni, is he an Ifa priest? Is he an orator? Is he with the divinations? Is he essentially a babalawo or whatever? Not quite. You know what I mean, but not really a king, but an Ifa priest. Is he essentially an Ifa priest? The Oni,
no, Ooni is not an Ifa priest,
right?
not an Ifa priest, but
Right. Is he a king though? Is he a king? The
yes,
Oni.
he's
Okay.
a king, is a spiritual, is a supreme leader and a king. It's a king that can make someone a king. You understand what I'm saying? Hello?
That's
Oh,
correct.
one more.
Ajani Koko,
No,
correct. Go ahead.
I'm with you.
Oh,
Carry on.
okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So he's a king that can make someone a king. So all the traditional kingship get approval from Ile-Ife. If you don't get approval from Ile-Ife, you are just you are not that a recognized king. Let me just put it that way. You see, the traditional crown that they conferred on somebody as a king comes from Ile-Ife, and only the Ooni that have that authority to give that crown to any king in the whole of Yoruba land. So while Alaafin does not have that authority to confer that traditional crown, making somebody a king, he doesn't have that authority. But the Ooni is the one that have that authority to confer somebody with that traditional crown and make somebody a king. So, but in those days, your empire then was only known as Yoruba. They were known, and all the territory under your empire were all regarded as Yoruba. You understand what I'm saying? The Ondos were known as Ondos, and they were not under they were a kingdom on their own. The Ijebus were kingdom on their own. You understand what I'm saying? And
Ekiti Egbas.
Ajale Koko, let me
Yeah.
interject with this argument. This is not my argument, but this is an argument that is in that debate space. Just two quick paragraphs for you, Ajale Koko.
yeah,
Oni is the chief priest of Ifa from the beginning, before Awolowo changed Oni priesthood into kingship. The ultimate king of the Yorubas is the Alaafin of Oyo. The same position of Oni was the position of Igifa of Benin. The Igifa was the diviner and priest of Efa, as the Oni is a priest of Ifa. Benins call it Efa, Urobos call it Efa, Igbos call it Afa too, Yorubas call it Ifa. So there is that argument that insists that the Oni of Ife is actually not a king.
no, it was. I mean, Ooni of Ife is a supreme leader of all of us, all the kings. in the entire space that we know as Yoruba today. You understand what I'm saying? And Oyo was founded by grandson of Oduduwa. You understand? By Oromiyan.
Yeah.
So so all of them, all the kings that we have in Yoruba today, all of them migrated. Their son and grandson of Oduduwa that migrated out of Ile-Ife and then went to different places and have their own land. So their father, the Oduduwa, they are still answerable to their father, the spiritual leader, the supreme leader, and a king is a spiritual leader. Is a spiritual leader. Is spiritual leader and the supreme leader and a king. So that is why it's supreme and above all of them. You understand what I'm saying? Spiritual leader and a king, and he's the one that give all of them their crown, that traditional crown that they have, that make them the king in all their places. So he's that give them. But Oyo, that is originally known as Yoruba, Oyo people were known as Yoruba. You understand what I'm saying? So for Alaafin saying that, yes, he's the only one that have the right to confer title on anybody in Yoruba land. He's right. He's
guys,
right.
If I can quickly
no, I'll hear from you in a moment, Ayo, but just a yes or no from you, Ajanle Koko. So the assertion then of the Ooni, I am the traditional head of Yoruba nation. Yes or no? True or false?
Technically, it's because today, look, let me tell you, it was in 1933.
No. Yoruba nation is different from Yoruba land.
No, Yoruba nation and Yoruba land. So let's not get into the semantics.
Okay,
I think we know what it means.
Yeah.
It's
Let us
saying he
distinguish
has. No. Let's not distinguish it because I think we are going to go into the realms of semantics. But I think we understand what it means. He's claiming essentially that he, as the Alaafin of Oyo, he has supremacy over the entirety and above all else in Yoruba land, including the Ooni of Ife, the Alake of Egba land, the Amugbo of Iwo land, everybody. So that is what he's saying. He has supremacy. So yes or no?
Yeah, if you say Yoruba land, different from Yoruba nation.
Now look at that.
Oh Jesus!
Hold on.
Come on now! Don't do that now. Don't go to semantics. Don't go to semantics now.
Wait now. When we are talking of Yoruba nation, Yoruba nation comprises all of us. Ife, Sondoa, all of us.
Yes.
To Republic of Benin.
Okay.
If Ooni is the spiritual head and the supreme king of all of them. Because yes, is the supreme king of all of them. But when you are talking of Yoruba land,
no.
How are you making the distinction?
Like Eko and Lagos State are two different things.
No.
Hold on. When you are talking of Yoruba land, you are talking of Yoruba land, which is Oyo and all the territory that under Oyo, Alaafin is number one.
Oh, okay. All right. Okay, hold that thought there, Ajanle Koko. Quick interjection from Ola, Ayo, and then Mike as well, and then we come back to you.
Yeah, if I can just quickly interject, because I got to go.
Go ahead, please.
Yeah. So I mean, Ajanle Koko is correct in many regards, but comparing the Ooni and Alaafin would be like comparing apples to oranges. They have very separate roles, and they are sort of like decided upon in Yoruba Kingdom, which is the entirety of Yoruba land. I'm talking about historically here. If you want to bring in the new dimension of Yoruba nation, which is a recent narrative, then I don't know how that plays, but historically, the Alaafin is not by bloodline, and neither is the Ooni. The Alaafin of Oyo is picked and chosen by the Oyomesi. They're usually like 5 guys or 5 Oyomesis that decide upon who is going to be the Alaafin, and they use a lot of traditional means to get to this determination, and all this can be found in Professor Akintoye's book, and that book once again is exceptional if you want to learn about the traditional administration of Yoruba culture as opposed to just what you think and what you assume. Now, the Oyomesi, using traditional means, obviously using the Ifa divinity, decide upon who is going to become the next Alaafin, and that's how the Alaafin is picked. Now, and the Alaafin is the supreme leader in an administrative context. So he's the king, he's the leading administrator in Yoruba land. So, for instance, he would be...
Who has supremacy? You know where the question is, Ayo. Who has supremacy? Alaafin or
administratively, you would say Alaafin has supremacy. Administratively. Spiritually and traditionally, the Ooni has a separate role in that he pretty much controls the spiritual aspect of Yoruba kingdom, which back in the day was just as or even more important than the administrative part of Yoruba kingdom. And that's what the Ooni controls. So if you were to ask anyone back in the day who was more important, they would probably say the Ooni. If you ask anyone today who is more important, they would probably say the Alaafin, because they have 2 separate roles, but they are both equally important.
You can't have two. You can't have 2 in one. So who has supremacy? Who has the final say in Yoruba land?
Regarding what? Regarding Yoruba culture?
In whatever context, if there's a final say to be had in Yoruba land as the lead Yoruba person, who is that person?
Final say regarding war, regarding spirituality, regarding
however, whatever the standards are, just the final say, the final word, the last word on Yoruba. Who is that last voice? Who is the first and last voice of Yoruba?
I would say the Ooni, because the Alaafin can be removed, and the Alaafins typically removed. They had sort of like a festival every 2 years back in the day, that the Basharon will present a calabash at that festival, and if the Alaafin had not been carrying out his duties and he opened the calabash and it was empty, then he was removed. If they had the festival and the calabash he was presented had a lot of leaves and a lot of others, so I can't remember exactly what was in it, then he gets to reign for another term. The Ooni cannot be removed. So in terms of raw power, I would say the Ooni. In terms of administrative power, and that's why comparing both would be like comparing the Queen of England to the Prime Minister of England. They have 2 separate roles. The Queen is more ceremonial and she's more powerful in that regard, in that she's more revered, and it's not a political position, while the Prime Minister has administrative power. He wields the true might of the British Empire. So you say, your question would be like, who has more power, the Queen or the Prime Minister? It's a moot point, because they have extremely different roles.
Well, no, because the Queen still probably has supremacy over
exactly, and that is why I said, if you push the question and you want to say who has more power, ultimately I would say the Ooni of Ife, and not the Alaafin.
All right, thank you.
Can I interject now?
Quick from Ola, then I want to hear from Mike as well, and then we carry on. Yeah.
I want to bring us back to the issue of the rivalry. That will let you understand. I will know who is superior between the 2. You see, colonial masters were the one that created this problem. Starting from Captain Ross. Captain Ross was a resident of Oyo province. You know, under Oyo province, as at 1893, we used to have Ife, Ilesha, Ila, Orogun, and Oyo. Now, you see where this rivalry came was that the British administration, they wanted access to the trade of Ibadan land. Ibadan land was a separate entity. They had their own military, while the Oyo people, they had their own military. But because of interaction before that time, so Ibadan land recognized the supremacy of, because willingly, they recognized the supremacy of Alaafin of Oyo. But Ife was a sovereign state like Ekiti, like some other Yoruba land. They were sovereign states. Nothing like this Oba is superior to another Oba. Now, as the British were trying to gain access to the trade in Ibadan, Ijebu and Egba were blocking them. So what did they do now is this: because Ibadan being the home of some warriors too, that they had the warrior that could easily finish the whole entire Oyo army. Now, they had some kind of agreement with the Oyo, for example, with the British people. Don't forget that Captain Ross was a resident of Oyo. That was how Captain Ross managed to form the partnership between Ibadan and Oyo Empire. And those two people, they marched together, and Ibadan recognized the supremacy of Alaafin Oyo. Interesting, right? That was where Captain Ross was the person that created this confusion in 1893. That now say, okay, Alaafin of Oyo is the supreme leader of the entire Yoruba land. I bet it. Now, an issue occurred again, I think in 1904.
Sorry, Ola, is this a long history? Do you want to sum it up?
Don't give me like 5 minutes. I just wanted
no. Because of time, just land it on what you have garnered from it, so that we can just it's just a side little issue. It's not just land it.
Yeah, based on what I learned, Awolowo Action Group was trying to correct the error that recognized Alaafin as the most supreme leader of Yoruba land. So that was why because they built the whole of Action Congress around Ife and Oduduwa and Ife. So the Action Group recognized.
Sorry, Ola. Who has supremacy? Because I don't want it to be long and drawn out. Okay, the Ooni. Okay, thank you.
Just a warrior.
Okay, let's take let's sample Mike's opinion, and then we just move on. Yeah. So Mike, quick thoughts from you.
Okay, see, when you say who has supremacy over Yoruba land, Yoruba land minus Ife. Yoruba land is Alaafin for you. You guys need to understand that. I mean, yes, Alaafin for you. Now, you guys have to understand that the throne of Alaafin of Oyo is the throne of direct descendant of Oduduwa. You understand? The same as the throne of direct descendant.
I'm sorry, I can't let you get away with that. Absolutely not. It is not. Yoruba kings are not by bloodline. They are.
No, I'm not talking about the bloodline of the. I'm not talking about the man that's there. I'm saying the throne itself. It's a throne that was created by. It's a throne that was created by Romeo. It's a throne of direct descendant of Oduduwa, which is.
I literally just.
Well, you guys don't know where I'm going. You guys don't know where I'm going. You're already telling me. Let me get to where I'm going. So, the Ooni throne, the Ooni himself. When Oduduwa was alive, the Ooni was not a king. The role of Ooni was not a role of a king. The Ooni is the custodian of the 401 Orishas that Olodumare sent to the earth. You understand? That was the role of Ooni. Now, when Oduduwa left, there was no one was allowed to be crowned a king. So the crown was left alone. Now, it was Oduduwa gave the role of protecting the throne till it returns to Ooni. You understand? In Ile-Ife. So Ooni, that's why they call it a role of Oduduwa. So Ooni really is not a king of Yoruba land. His role is just to protect that throne of Oduduwa in Ile-Ife. Now, the direct descendant of Oduduwa.
Sorry, Mike. Is Ooni essentially no more? And I'm not diminishing by saying that. Is he essentially no more than an Ifa priest? That is essentially what he is. the Ooni?
No. You can't say Ifa priest. When you say Ifa priest,
or
listen,
remove
somebody they
Ifa.
call an Ifa priest.
Is he a priest? Is he more a priest than a
Yeah, he's
king?
a priest. Yeah, he's a priest. But you can't say it's Ifa priest
Oh
because
no, okay, remove
Ifa
the
is one
Ifa
of
from
the
it. Yeah.
orishas. So yeah, I say 401. So out of the 401 orishas, Ifa, which is Olorunmila, is one of them. So it's not just one. It's considered beyond all the deities. You know, that's this role. So every day, you know that every day Oni has to feed every one of those deities. His job is very, so that's his role in Ife. So his role does not go beyond Ile-Ife. You understand? But now the role of Alaafin for your extend is the emperor. You understand? Of the whole Yoruba empire. You understand?
That's not
So
true.
no. The only role does not go beyond Ile-Ife.
No, because that is what the Alaafin is asserting as well.
Yeah.
Alaafin didn't cover Ekiti. He didn't cover Ife. So leave all those stories.
No.
Ife.
No, Alaafin cannot govern. See, Alaafin jurisdiction does not cover Ife. You understand? Ife is just the source. So when listen, Ife exists.
Okay, sorry, hold on, both of you. Let me just give you this quick paragraph, and this especially pointed at Ola. The Alaafin of Oyo, Oba Lamidi Adeyemi, on Saturday said that amongst all Yoruba kings, he is the only monarch who has the exclusive rights to confer chieftaincy titles that will cover the whole of Yoruba land on worthy individuals. So he, above all else, can pronounce a title that covers the entirety of Yoruba as we know it. This is the assertion of the Alaafin of Oyo.
You see that western region? Let me tell you guys something, man. You see that western part of Nigeria, right? All the kingdoms there, apart from Ile-Ife or anything outside of Ile-Ife. You see that you're under the Oyo Empire or you're under the Benin Empire. That's it. You understand?
That's not true, Mike. That's not true.
So wait. Let me tell you. Okay. Listen. Who created Warri, for example? Warri Kingdom. Was it the Oba of Benin, right? Right. The Benin Kingdom created the Warri Kingdom. So the Warri Kingdom is under the Benin Kingdom, right? So now, can you now tell me that the Ooni? We know that the Benin throne, it was Oromiyo instead of Benin, right? Oromiyo came from Ife, right? So now you now tell me that Warri is under Ife. So Ooni has it.
No.
The same way you can argue that. The same way you're arguing with me that empires under Oyo, they are automatically under.
Sorry, Mike. Let Ayo quickly interject. Ola quickly interject. You get a quick sum up, and then we move on. Unless you want us to stay here. If you guys want us to stay here,
so I see what Mike is saying. But the thing is about the Yoruba Kingdom is the Yoruba Kingdom extends westward. So it doesn't extend eastward. So as far as Warri and all those are east of the Oyo Empire. Now, the Yoruba Kingdom extended from Yoruba land all the way to Dahomey and Togo and all those regions. And those regions were under the control of the Alaafin. There's actually a historical war fought by, because at one point the Dahomey warriors had, they were known for their skill in warfare. And there's a specific war against the Fulani that the Alaafin pretty much just used. He didn't use the warriors from Oyo Empire per se. He used the warriors from Dahomey. So, and that's very clear in historical literature. So, yes, I think everything that you just said, one man, is correct in that the Alaafin does have ultimate administrative power. He's the one that confers chieftaincies and kingships to other people, which once again would be administrative role. And he controls the military as well. The Ariana Kokamfo would take his instruction from the Alaafin and not the Ooni. But the people, as far as controlling the people go, the Ooni was, the people in the Yoruba Kingdom, the Ooni was so much more powerful in that he was more trusted and he was a permanent fixture. He wasn't rotated by the Oyomesi like the Alaafin.
Is the Ooni to all intents and purposes not just the diviner for the Yoruba nation? So he's essentially is an Alaafin priest, is he not? The Ooni.
Well, no.
If Alaafin has supremacy over Yoruba land and the Ooni is a priest, Then it's just the Alaafin's diviner.
There are 8 families that are descended from Oduduwa. Only 8 families that they can extract from to install an Ooni of Ife. Till today, there are only 8 families. Now, they do use the Ifa divinity to decide who
divination.
Divination, sorry. Who among those family members, it could be anyone, like the current Ooni of Ife has an older brother, Tunji, who was vying for the position and he didn't get it because the Ifa divination said Adewusi would be a better choice. So even till today, you know, that still plays part in the installation of the Ooni. But as far as the Alaafin goes, that is a 100% strictly political administrative role. He has the might, the power of the sword, but he doesn't have the spiritual power or the air of the people that the Ooni of Ife has.
Oh, okay, thank you. Let's hear from Ola. Ola, what is your assertion?
You see, like I said the other time that it was policy that divided this thing, but look at it this way. When Abacha died, this guy, Atiku Abubakar, immediately went to the throne. And meanwhile, was the chief of army, chief of defense staff, right? Or maybe army staff, I can't remember. He went to the throne. That throne automatically made him the head of state of Nigeria, who was regarded as the supreme leader of Yoruba land before all these Obas, which happened to be Odua. Someone ascended the throne of Odua, which is the sign of authority of the supreme leader of the entire Yoruba land.
No, Ola, when Odua was around, all these kingdoms were not there. Even Oyo was not there. It was later after Odua was gone, was when his grandson Oromiyan when he set up
before you interject. Because
Oromiyan was not a king in Ife, you know that too. Oh, go ahead.
Okay, I will keep quiet.
Go ahead now. Go ahead, finish.
Now, Odua happened to be father. They regarded Odua as the father of Yoruba land. And who is on the throne of Odua today? The throne is the representative of the supremacy, not necessarily an individual. So that throne is an institution.
He is not on the throne.
Wait. Now, when you are referring to Oyo, to Alaafin Oyo, when you see the knowledge, is a warrior. They were warrior. So how did they gain the territory? By conquest, by conquering territory. It was expanding. Now, look, okay, when I told you that Ekiti was not under Oyo Empire, what led to Ekiti Parappa War, for example? Go and read about that. It was a resistance. So this thing is, over time, they've politicized our traditional institution. And everybody that occupied that seat wants some kind of benefit attached to it. Look at it for example, when the monarch of Epe, when he bedded the crown, Ooni of Ife protested, and the British government had to intervene because at the end of the day, they recognized the error made by Captain Ross, because that was the only person that can issue crown. He has the unique and the universal power. Any crown that you wear today, that you call yourself monarch in Yoruba land today, without that one being approved by Ooni of Ife, it's a fake crown. That's why you have the normal crown that is issued by the government. Then you have traditional crown, which is better crown. So this thing is, Alaafin is a warrior. He conquered, but he asserted his own authority by that virtue of conquering territories. But by the lineage, by the traditional, by the Yoruba tradition, the person that is sitting on the throne left by Oodua, if you consider the Oodua as the leader of Yoruba, automatically Ooni of Ife is the supreme king, is the supreme king of the entire land. If you want to see the entire Yoruba land. So if someone makes you a king, if someone will make you a king, who is the person? Can Alaafin or you make a king? It is
no. Man, I don't know what you know.
Sorry, Mike. Let's give the final words to Rational Mind, and then we'll move on. Rational Mind, you wanted to chime in.
See, we can go on debating on this, who is supreme among the both of them, either the Alaafin of Oyo or Ooni of Ife, but the historical context needs to be considered. Some of us know, the history of Oduduwa was, for me, I like to use the word Yoruba nation rather than say Oduduwa nation. And the reason is because it is the story around Oduduwa. The story is very sketchy. The history is very sketchy because we have different narrators, different historians with different bringing this different perspective to it. Oduduwa is not a Yoruba man. He's the son of Lamurudu, as they say, from the eastern part of the world and whatever, as the story goes. But then he met people there.
You are now
Yeah.
introducing
No, that's not true. That's
Hold on.
Oduduwa is not a son of any man, man.
Ajale is true. He conquered those people that he met at Ife. He conquered them.
Okay. Let him land. Let him land.
Ola, you don't. Ola, stop, man. Come on now.
I'm an historian.
Let him land. Go on,
I'm an
rational
historian
mind.
in my own rank. I studied history.
Go on, rational mind. Give
so
us.
What I'm trying to say is this. Like I said at the beginning of this, trying to say this. There are different versions of the story. Some say it fell down from the sky. Is it Obatala was sent a mission by the Olodumare, and then he was drawn with palm wine and all of that. We had all kinds of story, but then some people said he moved from east with his father Lamrudu, who happens to be maybe a king in Saudi Arabia.
By east, I use. Okay, I thought you were saying.
Some people say it's Sudan. Some people say it's Ethiopia. Some people say when Islam was
Adandawa.
So when they said
Adandawa family is in Sudan today.
Let me say this: when Islam was brewing in the east, and then because they're an idol worshiper, I think was it Mike was talking about the 3-something deities, which well, you can see some kind of link between all of these stories, because even in Saudi Arabia they have
forget that.
Sorry, hold on, Mike. Let him land. Yeah, carry on.
You can see the historic. You can see some kind of links. When like in Saudi Arabia, they have their Kaaba today. They said it used to be where they worship. They had 360. No, let me not bore you people with those stories. What I'm trying to say
is, we know the Kaaba was originally a place of idol worship.
Idol worshiping, and then they had about 360 or how many deities there or gods that people worship there. And so let's leave that. So what I'm trying to say is Lamrudu was moving down southwest, and then he landed in somewhere in but then I think let me not say all the stories. So what I'm trying to say is this: Oduduwa is not a Yoruba man. He met people there in Ile-Ife. He conquered them.
Yes.
Either he fell from the sky or he came with his father.
Like they talking rubbish, man.
Well, you can say that. But the thing is, there were people.
Your reference.
Hold on. Please, you have to let him land, otherwise we won't know what he's saying. So
there were people living in Yoruba land. In fact, they were kings. Because we Africans, we don't keep history as such. That is why this history, this whole thing went with time. So, but the thing is, he came there, he conquered, and then he established his own throne there. And then he had 7 kings, 7 sons, as some people say. Some people say he had more than 7 sons. These 7 sons, they had to go on their separate ways. In Save, in Benin Republic, present-day Benin Republic, that's Dahomey then. And then we have Oluketu of Ketu, even in Benin Republic, and also Oba of Benin, and Alaafin for some of us know the story. So what I'm trying to say is this: the story is just shrouded in. It's just shrouded in so many. We have so many versions of the story. But what I'm trying to say is this: going by the historical context.
Rational mind. Have you studied the Oduduwa? No, Mama. It's very important.
Let him land on who has the supremacy, and then because that is really the point. So rational mind. Sorry.
I'm finished, please.
Yeah. So the historical context is this: that Ooni of Ife, which was the throne that was established by Oduduwa, was the supreme leaders of all the Obas in Yoruba land. That's how the story goes, because all the kings that emanated
from. So you are giving the supremacy to the Ooni.
Hold on. Yeah, this is based on the historical context. He conquered those kings that were there. He established his own kingship, and then he has his own sons and grandsons who moved away, and then they started their own smaller kingdoms. Now, these sons and grandsons, they now started their own rivalry by expanding their territory, which one of them is the Oyo Empire. We have the Benin Empire too. So the Oyo Empire seems to have one of the largest landmass when it was in existence. So in that sense, the Ooni seems to be like he lost kind of like his power, his military power or might in that sense, because one of his grandson or his son had the Oyo Empire, and they were expanding like wildfire up to even Togo.
Okay, so just to sum it up, so what you're saying is like historically, the Ooni has supremacy. So because we have to go with who had the initial power.
I'm talking about Oduduwa himself. I'm talking about Oduduwa, the one who started the Ile-Ife Empire or whatever it was back then. But historically, the Oyo militarily they were more active, and so they exercised more administrative power within the Yoruba land, which is, I mean, considering the landmass they controlled, the Alaafin for your control back then. And so we can give it to Oyo, the Oyo Empire because of their military might back then. But today, for me, I don't see any of them as having any supremacy. But if we go by the history that was there, I think Oyo Empire would seem to have that that power or that authority to assign kings. I mean, to assign whatever title or whatever to anybody. But Ile-Ife still remains the spiritual origin of all the kings.
So 50-50.
Well, kind of 50-50, kind of, yeah.
50-50.
I think rational mind is definitely corrected in most of what he said, but I think where we sometimes get derailed is when we start to talk about Oduduwa and when we start mixing Yoruba mythology with
where are you guys getting the source of your historic knowledge from? Are you guys getting it from the spiritual scripture?
Okay, Mike.
Or you guys getting it from book written by some?
When you start mixing,
we know. Hold on. We know where Ayo is getting his from because he always references the book.
Exactly.
So,
you can't go to a book, man. You got to go to the scripture, the Odu of Ifa, man.
You can't go to a book to the most renowned Yoruba historian on the planet.
You cannot be going to books written by some individual. You have to go to the Odu of the stories in the Odu of Ifa. That's where you have to get your information from.
Hold on, Ola. Mike, explain your pathway to your historical knowledge.
I guess is what his grandfather
knowledge. Listen, one man. The knowledge, historical knowledge, the knowledge or ancient knowledge, everything from the beginning of creation are all in the Odu of Ifa, the Odu of Ifa.
Yes.
So
those are the recitations that
that's exactly.
Right. We have to hear him. Yeah, go on. Yeah, Mike.
The 456 Odu of Ifa, right? There are 256. Inside of these Odus, there are stories. You understand? Shut the hell up, man. Are you a priest?
Wait for him.
No, there are.
No, he's misleading people.
You are unburied. You are not a priest. You are here arguing with people that
Mike is behaving like
go ahead.
How can you argue with people that have been initiated into Ifa, people that study Ifa? Are you going to argue with me? You are talking on white man's
Carry on, Mike.
We are talking about indigenous knowledge. You are talking about book one white man wrote or one
No, it's not. No, look, you always. Why do you always?
No, people that are destroying our history are people that went to white man's school. They go read this Western education.
Mike, I've told you, don't use inelegant language.
No, it gets on my nerve when all these people are buried. People they are talking when Babalawo did. Come on,
Mike is trying to be fair and stop Shakara. What to be fair do no citing?
All right, let's just move
on. Let's just like this.
One man. So let me get on.
Stop saying what you don't know.
Okay. Sorry. I am interested in that Odu Ifa because Odu Ifa is the real core of the Yoruba space. So I want to know if there's any substance to what Mike is saying. So let him chat us through it. We are all intelligent enough to decipher. So let him chat us through it. So chat us through that pathway, Mike.
See, when you go and study Ifa, when you go to the education system, you start going to this Odu, start learning things that happen. You understand?
Yeah.
In Odu of Ifa, there's Odu Shetura, right? That breaks down the beginning when Olodumare sent the 401 deities to Earth to come and create this Earth, this planet, because this planet was inhabitable at that time. You understand? When they all came.
Mike, you sound ridiculous with what you just said. Very ridiculous.
See, this is what happens, guys, when we start mixing.
If we're going to disagree, we have to hear him. Now let us just hear him. Yeah. But
I know.
However ludicrous it is.
What he's doing is,
please let him have
sorry, before we go back to Mike, let me point this at Ayo. Ayo, what do you give preeminence? The Odu of Ifa, which is an oral recitation that doesn't really vary that much, and it's gone through the historical pathways, or this book by Professor Akitoye? Which one do you give more veracity?
I'm glad you asked me that question. So Odu of Ifa is just once. It's very out there in the public view, and we like to make it more than it is. But it's one very small slither of this whole the Yoruba or the Ifa divination. What's it called? The Ifa divination religion or whatnot. It's one small sliver.
What is the meaning of Oriki?
Oriki.
Yes, what is the meaning of Oriki?
If you're asking me for the dictionary meaning, I don't know, but I know it is what typically your members of your family, older members of your family, use to identify you and bestow your identity in some way.
Let me help you out. It is an ode. It is an ode to a lineage. So it is an ode to a lineage.
It has to be your family.
So your family's stock, the ode that charts their history, their conquest, their losses and gain all through history. It is in that ode, and that is Oriki. So what Mike is saying is no different from an Oriki, which is a recitation that captures the history of Yoruba land in those divinative the divinations of the Ifa things. So it doesn't really vary, just like the Oriki of a family does not really vary. So that is the pathway that I think Mike is trying to chat us through.
I see what you're saying, but the thing is, we're making it seem like it's the whole shebang, and it's not the whole shebang. Ifa divination.
It is. Anything else that came after that.
Mike is asserting that it has more veracity
than
the whatever it is that you read in whichever book.
No. It's a very important component, but just realize it's one component. You still have herbalists. You still have
no. It's like something a non-Christian telling a Christian that anything outside of the Bible is also part of it.
No.
As a Christian, everything you go by has to be something in the Bible, right? As a Muslim, everything you go by has to be something in the Quran. As a Yoruba, everything you go by has to be according to the Odu of Ifa, not according to what someone else wrote and some man that called himself intellectual started putting together.
Oral narration gets what's it called? With time, when the oral narrates things,
it gets diluted.
Information gets diluted.
No. So what about the herbalists? What about the herbalists? Are they important in Yoruba land or not?
They are.
Yeah, exactly. But they're not Ifa. They're not part of the Ifa or do anything.
Onishegun. You said the herbalist. Onishegun. Are you saying the Onishegun? Do you know the Onishegun? You know what song? You know what song is?
No, I do not. Please.
When you do research on song, that's an Orisha.
I'm familiar with the Orishas. There are some.
Yeah, Osong is an Orisha. So that's who the Onishegun. That's the master of the Onishegun.
There are a lot of Orishas. There are some that are more prominent and known to people than others. Just like Ifa is more known about the Yoruba divination than the herbalists. That's the same. We are saying the same thing. Yes.
So who's the Orisha behind Ifa? Who's the Orisha behind Ifa?
Who's the Orisha behind Ifa?
Is Ifa an Orisha?
No, it's not.
We're getting too sidetracked now. Sorry, before you interject, Ajanle Koko, with permission, let me just clear the pathway for Mike to talk us through what he was about to talk us through, because I am very interested in that thought process. So chat us through that path, Mike.
So, according to what you learn from the Odu of Ifa, like Shetura and several other Odus,
yes,
in the beginning, Olodumare, right, send the Orishas to the earth to build the earth. They came. When they landed, the way they started building, the way they started establishing the land, you understand, started building the forces of nature, which make this earth habitats.
Okay.
That's why.
I'm sorry. I don't mean to keep on interjecting, but once again, this is Yoruba mythology.
It's not mythology. It's an old job. Don't come here and be giving white man's. Please
let him land.
Come on. If you are a Christian, you are quoting Bible to me. Do I come to tell you the mythology? That's your Bible. That's your belief. That's your religion. If I'm a Yoruba person, I got to go by the old job. I can't go by another
Mike,
man's
I want
theory.
to support you now, Mike.
Okay,
I want
go
to
ahead.
support
Go ahead.
you.
Sorry.
Now, Mike, the thing there is this. When you are giving something, I don't know if you are Babalawo or traditionalist, so I will respect you if that's your domain. But what I want you to do is this. Once you start reciting...
Sorry, what's the difference between Babalawo and...
Wait, Obi. When you start telling us about Oshiomhole, recite like about 10 verses of it and explain it to us, because you have to give credibility to whatever you are presenting to us. I'm not arguing with you. I don't know your background. Please.
Exactly.
Well, I'm not here to tell you believe what I'm telling you, but you go and do your own homework or go and site. Go
what's
to
your
your
source? I mean, at least like,
sorry
okay,
about that.
so what's your
go to your
source,
village,
Mike?
go and sit down with the priest and let them break it down to you. Okay?
All right. So unfortunately, I don't think we will ever really get to hear what you have to say, because I don't think people will.
Well, anyway,
give it one more go. Give it one more go, because I want to hear it. But give it one more go, Mike. Chat us through that Uwaifo pathway to the conversation. So chat us through it.
In the Odu, the divinities, when they came to this earth, right? They designed this earth for it to be habitat for creatures to exist. You understand? That's why you can refer. There's not anything material in nature that's not associated to a particular deity. When they tell you that the Oshun is the god of the rivers, the god of sweet water, she's the one that created the main sweet water. They created sweet water on this earth. When they say Ogun is the god of iron, he's the one that made irons available on this earth. You understand? When they're saying this deity is the god of lightning and thunder, Shango, he's the one that made. So when they say this deity, oh yeah, she's the god of the wind. She's the one that made us fresh air available. You understand? So this deity is the one that created this planet. That's why this Earth, compared to the other planets like the Jupiter, all those ones, they are not a complete planet. You understand? The Earth was once like that. But it was when Olodumare, the Supreme God, sent those deities down to this Earth that they came and do the work and made it a habitable place. And when they landed, the first land, the place where they started, is the place. They name the place. They look at each other. The divinities look at each other and name the place Ile-Ife. You understand? Which Yoruba people believe to be the land today called Ile-Ife. You understand? So when that was done, when they did their work and they created human beings as well, you understand? With their putting their powers together, they created human beings. That's why in your body yourself, everything that made you as a person comes from this earth. You understand? And those orishas all have a share in your life. You understand? The minerals in your body, ions in your body, was created by Ogun. You understand? Your bloodstream, someone that you can attribute their knowledge to Oshun. You understand? Anything part of your body, deities have something to do with the creation of humans. You understand? Everybody. So now, when they did their work and they created humans, they were supposed to go back and leave the humans to govern the earth. You understand? To take charge and be working among each other. When they used to go and come during that time, when they left the earth, they used to come back to exist among humans. You understand? So there were times where the kingship system was not among people, where things were just in disarray. So that's when Olodumare now sent the first person to be king in the land, which was Oduduwa, to Ife. You understand?
Okay.
That's when Oduduwa came to Ife. It was the first king on this planet. You understand? He was not established the whole kingdom, the kingship system on this planet.
So the supremacy in that pathway goes to Ife.
No. If you're talking about the context of what you're saying today, as far as the supremacy of the king, which king is more powerful for Europe? No, it's Alaafin for York, because it's Alaafin for York. You understand?
All right. I'm still none the wiser, but interesting nevertheless. But unless anyone else has anything else to say about that space,
I have something.
Yes, Ajanle Koko. Yes, back to you.
You see, Rational Man said, well, he was saying that according to some books, right, that Oduduwa came from somewhere.
Is a Saudi man, according to is a Saudi man.
That was just a story. It's not a Saudi man. He was born in Ile-Ife.
Okay.
He was born in Ile-Ife. He grew up in Ile-Ife. His father was an Ife man.
Where is his family house?
His father is what?
He's there in Ile-Ife.
Number one, Ile-Ife.
I want to
Yeah,
know, honestly.
Nice one.
Tell me, I
look,
want to
let me
investigate.
tell
I want to
you,
know.
there is an Oduifa that says Oduduwa yóò joyè ilé bàbá rẹ̀ tó hold on. Wọ́n ní kó rúbọ, wọ́n ní tó bá rúbọ yóò joyè ilé bàbá rẹ̀, àìrúbọ yóò joyè ilé bàbá rẹ̀. So what are they talking? What are they talking about? It's in Oduifa like that. If Mike really studied Oduifa, he should know that. So Oduduwa was born in Ile-Ife. The only thing about Oduduwa is that Oduduwa was a warrior. He was a warrior, and he go outside Ile-Ife to places like those Sudan and Egypt and all the rest as a mercenary to fight for them. So where is that noise coming from?
Yeah, somebody must be driving.
Like somebody driving, yeah.
Somebody is in Molue.
So I think once we start mixing concrete positions like the Alaafin and Ooni, which we know exist, and we start to try to transpose historical Oduduwa and deities and everything, we're mixing what's real with Yoruba mythology, and then it begins to sound ridiculous.
No, it's the antecedents. They have to come from somewhere, and we're trying to trace back.
Yeah,
to see who has. So we are trying to trace
we know
back.
We know where they come from. In Yoruba mythology, we know that Oduduwa was supposed to have spread his seeds, and they fell down to the earth, and then life sprung out from his sons. I can't remember their names. That's Yoruba mythology. And once, and I'm not saying it's not credible because
but what is Yoruba fact?
Exactly. The Ooni of Ife and the Alaafin are Yoruba facts. These are concrete people that actually existed.
Historically, how do you vest them in historical context?
Well,
how far back are they documented before?
I think as far
go to mythology.
I think the farthest you can go as far as trying to trace Yoruba history would be Oduduwa coming from Benin. That's as far back as you can go. That makes sense. Everything else is mythology.
It doesn't make sense. Oduduwa did not come from Benin. Oduduwa was born in Ile-Ife. He grew up in Ile-Ife. And actually, Oduduwa was the 97th king. Hold on, that is not true.
I think Mike's story, yeah, I cannot relate with that because it's like that of the Bible. They are the same.
Are you a Yoruba man?
The same line.
Are you a Yoruba man?
That's why I'm taking this position. That's why I'm taking this position.
Are you a Yoruba man?
No, I'm not a Yoruba man. So I see Mike's story. And that of the Jewish Bible story as the same.
One man. Can I continue?
Yes, continue. Sorry, Ola. Let Ajanle Koko have the floor. Yeah.
Oduduwa was not the first king in Ile-Ife. Oduduwa was 97th king.
No.
He's 97th.
Look, hold on. Oduduwa was 97th king.
97th?
97th.
According to what?
Hold on. Hey, listen, you people don't want to.
Well, it's possible.
There's difference between history and story. History come with fact. Most of the things that people carries around as of Oduduwa and the history of most of them are story. They are not history. Right. They come with fact. Exactly. Like some people saying that Oduduwa dropped from heaven. He come to that is not true. It's lie.
Exactly.
That was lie. It's not true.
But every culture has that.
Let me tell you, in Ile-Ife, as small as
Coco, do you believe the story that I gave you about?
Talking now.
Woman, let me ask Ajale Coco a question real fast. Ajale Coco,
yes.
Do you believe the story that I gave you from the Oduifa that when Olodumare sent the dates and they all came to this place? Do you believe? Man, shut the fuck up, man. So this guy.
Okay. Oh, no.
Mike, tell this guy, man. Don't talk when I'm talking.
Sorry, Mike. No, Mike. That
somebody need a blunt. Somebody need a blunt. Mike,
elegant. Hold on, please. Hold on. Mike, you are elegant enough, educated enough, traveled enough not to resort to guttural language. You know I don't like it, so why do it? Don't do it again, please. Just make your point. And no one else is swearing, so why should you?
Okay, let's do this way. Okay, let's do this way. Let's do this way. One man. I won't talk when Ayo is talking, and Ayo should not talk to me. I won't talk to him.
No, you
me and him, we don't like each other. No. Me and him, we don't like each other. So let's not talk to each other. I'm not here for you. You are not here for
each other. You
don't talk to me again.
You are not.
I only have a problem with your feminine energy.
No, don't talk to me again. Just one man. How about I make that
No. Hold on. Let me clear the deck, please. Rational mind. You don't know each other, so there's no matter of liking. You are both strong individuals. You are both knowledgeable people.
I'm not here for him.
No,
so you shouldn't be talking
when
to
I say hold on, that applies to you as well, Mike. You are both strong individuals in terms of personality. You are both knowledgeable people, and you are both big characters on this platform. You are both confident in what you know, but you don't know each other, so it's not really a matter of liking. It's a difference of opinion, which has to be respected. You're not babes, neither of you are babes, so nobody has to like each other. You're men. So they like or not, and I think you like each other really. If you
there's some people that doesn't like being around or something.
Can I say something?
Real quick, please.
Can I say something to address what Mike said? In
please, let me just say something, please.
Oshiomhole. Can I say something about Oshiomhole?
No. Sorry, before you go to Oshiomhole, I think Rational Mind wants to address just that little cameo. So Rational Mind.
You see, we can go on talking about the history of Odua and how Yoruba land or Ile-Ife was formed. You see, for me, like I said, the stories are neither here or there because over time, people have diluted it with so many, rotes, they call it, and all of that, and they talk. People kind of say different things. Even the so-called historians today that we have, like
God bless you, sir.
Akintoye, he himself can say with 100% certainty that whatever fact he gave in his book, or any other professor of Yoruba history can tell you with absolute certainty that whatever they said in their books or whatever write-up they did, that is 100% sure that it's just the true story.
Yes.
Over time it's been diluted, and some other things are lost with time. But what I know is this: I think everybody possibly everybody here has a point, either from the Oduifa or whatever. But what Adelikoko was just saying, that was why I just want to address this quickly. Yes, before Oduduwa came, either he fell down from the sky or he migrated from the east or from Benin City or whatever it is, or from Sudan or from Saudi Arabia, wherever he is from. But one thing is certain, that he was not the first king. He was not the first king in Ile-Ife. They were either Bales or there were some little minor kings who lived there, who were living there, who had their own little kingdom.
According to what? According to what source? What information?
Hold on.
Just by reason and logic. If there were people then they will have a system.
Well, by reason and logic, okay, that's fine. But
if there were people there, then they will have a system.
Yeah, let me just say this. Let me just finish this.
Okay.
I will allow you finish. Let me just make this point. So, in any way, we'll slice and dice this whole thing. I just believe that Oduduwa was not the first person. There were people that were there. Either he's not a real Yoruba man or he's a Yoruba man. It's not even. But what I'm trying to say, like what brought up all this topic, was that we all know that at some point, Oduduwa, having control as the supreme leader in Yoruba land in Ile-Ife, at one time in history, waged that power. He had that absolute power among, in fact, his other sons or grandsons who had other smaller kingdoms. They still come back to him. But talking about the Oyo Empire, the Oyo Empire at some point, kind of expanded. Why the Oduduwa or whoever took over from him, after Oduduwa died, they went on in decline. So in that context, we can say that even looking at history as well, that how the Oyomesi and all of them, how they sent Afonja, the Balogun and all of them, how they, their military exploits in different parts of the Yoruba land, even up to Togo, like I said. So what I'm trying to say is that from that context, we can say, if Alaafin for you is saying today that is more important, let me not say it's more important. I don't know, what was that?
He has supremacy. Just use that. Yeah.
I would say he has supremacy. No, I won't say that. But militarily, back then, I'm not talking about now, not now in this modern day, but back then, militarily, they had that power. That's what I would say for that.
All right. Well, I'm a lot more confused, and probably we all are a lot more confused than when we started this discussion. I don't think anything. I don't think anybody is any the wiser.
Let me tell you some facts here. These
but
are
facts,
facts.
though.
Yeah.
Facts.
From where? From where?
Yeah.
From where?
These are facts.
From where?
Hold on.
Yeah.
These are facts that are traceable to Uwaifo. Oduduwa was the one that overthrew this Obama king Osongongon. He came, he traveled on a mission. He traveled to maybe to Egypt or somewhere to fight war. His father was king. Obama king Osongongon overthrew his father. They killed him. When he came back, he was mad because he's a warrior. He overthrew Obama king Osongongon. That's why we see those people that are close to Ife that are called Igbo. They run away. They were the one at the headship of Ife when Oduduwa came back from his mercenary mission from Egypt. So when he came back and he heard that these are the people that killed his father, overthrew his father, or killed his father rather. So he took revenge. He kicked them out, and those people are in maybe Akokulan. What do you call that? These people they call Igbo. They are like Elijah, this thing. They were the one at the headship of Ife then, but Oduduwa overthrew them. And Oduduwa now became the king, and because he's a warrior, he started his expansion mission. That was how he started his own expansion mission with his children. And luckily for him enough, he had a grandchildren was very strong, like Oromiyan, and then that is how it started spreading all over the place. So there have been kings and kings before Oduduwa came. I told you they are 97.
But you know how far back 97 goes? 97
thousands of years.
Yeah, exactly. So this is what I'm saying. This is why I said Haba. Because if you are saying if you are saying there were 97 kings before him, if we take the average age at that space, so let's say they lived up to 40, 45, then if you use that as a benchmark, so 40 years plus times that 90 whatever. I mean, you know what space you're talking about.
That's what I'm telling you.
So if I was 400, 500 BC.
Let me finish. Ile-Ife has been existing for more than 4,000 or 5,000 years.
500 BC. 500 BC was when Ile-Ife was founded.
Look, one of the greatest historians in the world, they're called Herodotus. He wrote in his book like 4,000 years ago. He mentioned the 5 greatest nations in Africa. Ile-Ife was one of them. He mentioned Ile-Ife. He mentioned what's the name? Egypt. He mentioned Ethiopia. He mentioned Sudan, and he mentioned one other country. Ile-Ife was one of them.
Ajali Koko, you are correct. The timeline needs to be relevant to the Yoruba
what I'm telling you guys,
Yeah.
when Oduduwa came with his own children, they started their expansionist mission, and they black man greed. This greed by black man, they started wiping out the history of others before him, and that is why only his name that we had only today. They are strong. 97 kings before him in Ile-Ife, before he came. Even in Ile-Ife today, we have 6 kings. That Ile-Ife, as you see it as more, it's not only Ooni that is the king in Ile-Ife. There are 6 other kings that exist in Ile-Ife. So, but between him and Alaafin in Yoruba land, yes, he is the foremost Yoruba king in Yoruba land. But when we are talking of Yoruba nation, Ooni is the most spiritual, is the most supreme, and the highest king among them all.
The one thing we can all agree is that the Yoruba space is still shrouded in a lot of unverified uncertainties.
No, they are verified. They are verified. The only problem is that the only problem is that we want to keep to only Oduduwa. Only Oduduwa.
Okay. We have 5 Yoruba voices, excluding myself. We have 5 Yoruba voices on this platform, giving us almost 5 different versions of Yoruba history.
Yeah, I think what's important is we need to agree.
Can I say something?
Let me just finish this one first sentence before we can make any sense of this. We need to agree on the terms. How far back are we going? Are we talking about Yoruba people from when? From Oduduwa?
As far back as it can be documented and verified. Well, and then if we go to as far back as we can document, and then what comes after that then is in the realms of mythology and the Uwaifo that Mike was introducing, which we're not going to discount, but we say that we've verified up to this point, and then mythology takes us even further back.
I think everyone on this panel agrees that, at least in the modern context, Yoruba people started from Oduduwa. I think we can all agree on that. So if we can all agree on that, let's just start from there. There's no point going before then, because that's when stories start to sort of like overlap.
No. That is not true. That's not true. That is not where we are. Look, it is not true. We did not start from Oduduwa.
As Yoruba people, though.
I know, of course, we didn't start from Oduduwa. I'm talking about the modern Yoruba people as we know ourselves. We all started from Oduduwa. I think we can agree on that. Of course, we existed. We're a lineage before then and before then. Just like every culture was something before they became that culture.
As this homogeneous entity that we refer to as Yoruba now.
Exactly. So
the time saying that the
timeline. The timeline should start from Oduduwa.
You don't agree with that, Ajanle Koko?
So can I say something?
Yeah, go on, Ola.
Now, backing what Ajanle Koko was saying, because I like facts, even though if you are not correct, let's just place facts, Now, Ife was founded around 500 BC, right? The history of Oodua dated back as around 1100 AD. That gives credence to what Ajanle Koko was trying to say. I agree, because this is, we may not get the actual fact because we didn't meet it on. Aroba is what we meet now, and Aroba sometimes we favor who is giving you that Aroba. That's like all those things that they've manipulated history. That was why I ignore the issue about the Igbo, move back to the rivalry between Alaafin and Oyo. That's what I tactically did the other time. So to me, Ajanle Koko laid his facts right, and I love the fact from the rational mind too. Ayo was correct by saying the modern Yoruba, because it's not modern now. Because if we keep going back to all those history, we won't get it. Even when Mike was even talking about Oshiomhole, all those stuff, we all did Ashati Orisha Yoruba. I did that. I made that one in Yoruba. I can even recite some stanzas of Oshiomhole, for example, but I don't want one now to slap me from anywhere. That's why we keep quiet.
I know, recite it now. We
let me give you like 2 or 3 these things. Oni, Ifati Abaji, Kakesi Onire, Kire, Yole Bawafi, Ifa Tiabaji, Kiakesi Agure, Ketuwa Ole Bagba. So when you say all this thing, I did Yoruba, it's not this thing, but I don't want one hour to stop me somewhere when I'm going. So let me want this thing.
Sorry, carry on.
Let's respect ourselves. We are only laying our facts based on what we read. This thing didn't start in our lifetime. So for me now, but if I'm relating my history, I pull my history from Boston University African Study Center. That's where I put my own history.
You are putting your history from Boston University. What are you talking about? What are you talking? You were doing so well until you got to Boston University. They don't have a university in Ibadan, in Ife itself. What are you talking about,
That's the funny thing. You see, that's the funny thing about the African history. It is it's the Arabs and the white people, the Europeans that are telling our stories.
Who wrote the publication? A Yoruba man. Adepegba, It was in a publication, International Journal of African Historian Studies. It's a Yoruba man. But he published that thing and he defended it. So this thing we are saying is that we have different versions of history. But if you want to present our own history, let's present with facts. Don't let us add to our rubber. Don't let us have our own.
But even the facts are subjective now, because
exactly that's what I'm saying.
So then it is not fact, is it? If it's subjective, if people are challenging it with a narrative that has equal veracity to what you are asserting as fact, then it makes it subjective and not a fact.
Exactly.
This is why I'm saying that there's still a big piece of work to be done in that Yoruba space.
Exactly. That's why we need to respect each other's opinion, because we didn't say we don't know. We are only saying what we know based on what we read or what we heard. So don't let me say I'm the one telling you the truth. Everybody should shut up. That's what I don't want to hear. Because we were not born then, we were only reading what we read.
But I mean, how else are you
going to anybody claim supremacy of knowledge where all of us are reading?
Yeah.
But
what I was agreeing with though was what Ayo was saying, that we should establish some baseline that are universal facts.
Exactly.
This we all agree as a universal fact within the Yoruba space. And then what is subjective, then is subjected to arguments and the strength of that argument. So, as I was saying, if we, but I think Ajane Koko was even disagreeing that if we establish that we all originate from Oduduwa, and then from that point, then what is subjective then is put under the microscope.
Exactly. Woman, for example, I once said it here before that I'm from Fajuli family, for example. My family fought in war. It fought in Ekiti Parapo, Akiliji war. So the story I will hear from my great-grandfather will be different from someone from Ogumala family.
Right. And this is why.
Anything that favors us. And this is why one of those antiquities. I met one of those antiquities. It's not that these people are telling me a story. I met all those things. And
Ola, let's give Ayo the final word, and then we must move on, because this is almost like a family meeting now.
Exactly. I mean,
this is not a Yoruba platform. This is
we definitely have to agree on the guidelines. Otherwise, we're just wasting our time. And everyone has stories from their family, and this is why it's important to quote your source. Or, in my opinion, I feel credible sources would be the academic sources that everyone accepts are renowned Yoruba historians who I mean, Akintoye was a professor emeritus in University of Obafemi University of Ife, which we all agree is very central to Yoruba culture. So if we can't take his historical narration as at least more than likely accurate, then the argument is worthless, because I'm going to take his account before I take someone's grandfather who told his uncle this or whatnot. That means absolutely nothing. We're talking about academic accounts that are renowned that are sort of like recognized all over the world. And this is, Akintoye is one of the foremost. There are several, but he's one of the foremost. And you go to any university in the States that has an African studies department, they all know this guy. So whether it is back home or whether it is internationally, this guy is renowned. But I'm also getting from this panel that we can't even accept his word as being somewhat correct. And if that's the case, then this argument is a waste of time. We might as well be in a beer parlor.
It's an argument nevertheless. And just to add to your frustration, Ayo, I personally, and this is just me putting my hands up, I'm more likely to, because it chimes with the romantic in me, I'll just have a preference for that Oduifa narrative that Mike was giving us, just because those are my sentiments. I like that divinative sort of like a storyline trajectory, and that is not to disparage the veracity of a checked and researched academic presentation that you are giving. So it's just one of those things. But interesting.
One man to add to your statement. You know, all those academicians, all those academics you mentioned now, you know, they also refer to Uwaifo whenever they are doing this thing. Like this guy from Boston I mentioned the other time now, you thought they say now Oyibo, not be Oyibo na Yoruba. He was actually trying to debunk some history, counter some false narrative by presenting his own journal too. And they were all referring to all this Uwaifo that Mike was referring to. You know, the only thing that made me try to check Mike was that you can't tell me that your own presentation is superior to others. Just give me the fact. The fact will tell me whether your own presentation is superior. That's what I was fighting for.
All right. Okay. Thank you. Interesting little conversation. And
well,
if we're any the wiser, I am none the wiser, but interesting nevertheless. But back to you, Ajan Lekoko. Let me move you on from there swiftly so that other people can feel involved as well. Let's go to.
Let me chip in a point.
Oh, okay. Just quickly.
You see, not all of us that are seen today as Yorubas emanate from Oduduwa's family or Oduduwa's. No, there are some places like Ijesha. Ilesha were their own kingdom before Oduduwa became king. They have been existing there in Ilesha. They have been existing there in Ondo. They have been.
Is it not the Owa? Is it not the Owa that is the king?
So
who is the Owa?
Of the land.
Look, yes, look, in Ijebu land, they have been existing in their own kingdom before Oduduwa.
Yes.
But what happened was that when Oduduwa came, Oduduwa, being a warrior, children are warrior, they went to take over the administration of that place. So they were not source, their source were not Oduduwa. That is a fact.
All right. Let's
hold
on, please. We must. Sorry, Ajan Lekoko. We must leave it there because people are starting to ask us to move on. So let's move it on. We might well revisit it as a standalone topic at some point in the future because it looks as though this is something that people want to discuss. Unless you want us to abandon the session and just surrender it to this Yoruba space.
It's interesting. It's interesting. We are learning from each other. It's interesting.
Let's move on.
Let's move on to another thing.
Let's move on.
Okay, so let's go on to Atiku Abubakar then, who has now come back into the political space and is trying to explain away his absence. A master's from Cambridge, no less. Atiku has been spending his time acquiring and not resident in Dubai. So to Atiku Abubakar, his excuses for his absence, he contested and lost an election to be the president of Nigeria, and then he went back to where he's most comfortable, which is in Dubai. So from Dubai, is he going to be ruling Nigeria from Dubai, by the way, is the thing if he becomes president? So what are you making of this excuse that he was in Cambridge taking his master's? And do you think he was throwing that as an acerbic remark in the direction of Malam Buhari, certificate school certs still missing? So just Atiku and his storytelling, Ajan Lekoko.
Well, we have to say congratulations to him for his
Cambridge University
order.
Fully qualified.
So, well, he did well for trying to improve on his educational.
Gowon did that as well, did he not?
Huh?
Gowon did that as well.
Oh yeah, Gowon did that after he was overthrown. Yeah. So it's good that he let everybody know that this is what I've been doing, because a lot of people have been saying that accusation against him that he never lived in Nigeria. So a lot of people have been saying it before now. So it's good that he came to clear his position and what he has been doing. So he thanked President Obasanjo for recommending him for the cause, and he should be commended, at least trying to improve on his educational, level. So I don't. He has for him for 2023. I mean, he's sending a message. I'm better than Buhari. I have qualification. I'm a master degree holder.
I went to Cambridge.
I went to Cambridge.
A lot is embedded in that statement, that is made.
Yes,
a lot of signaling. He's signaling to so many demographics within. One is attacking Buhari. Two, he's signaling to you don't have to chase me for school start. Three is saying I went. So a lot embedded within that. Politics at the finest.
So I read international relations. So we need to right now we need to kind of mend our relationship with other parts of the world that this guy have destroyed. So I have the experience as a master degree holder on international relations. I can help the nation, to mend our relationship with other parts of the world. So it's speaking to.
What are you making of just this article storyline? Is this Buhari revisited? Just keep pushing at it till that door opens, because I don't think anybody is in doubt that he's going for it again. But what are you just making of this obsession now that just this determined? Is this something you admire? Is this something that concerns you? Do you think his time is up? What are you making of this continuous push by Atiku for that seat?
What is doing tells me that he still have interest to contest for 2023. And any politician that is interested to contest for 2023 needs to be speaking now. And the only person you can speak against is Buhari. You have to try to draw the contrast between you and Buhari if you are interested in 2023. And that is what he's doing. He needs to come out and push hard against everything that Buhari has done. And is doing that right now. He is interested in 2023. So that's what I see there.
All right, thank you. And just a brief thought on this this GARBA SHEHU. Buhari Tinubu saved Nigeria's democracy. GARBA SHEHU, so of course, completely setting aside Buhari being a coup plotter, this language of Buhari and Tinubu saving Nigeria's democracy. What are you just making of that? This guy and just the rather crass statements that he makes in the public space.
I don't know what to say about that. It's a shame that we have people like this that in a position of authority, in a position as a spokesperson of the president, and speaking like this, that Buhari saves Nigerian democracy. Has he really saved Nigerian democracy? Or has he has damaged, he has almost destroyed democratic principle in that country? A person that does not follow the rule of law, is that the person that saves democracy? Person that does not wake up, does not do anything when the people of his country are killed in their villages every day since he has assumed office. People were killed at the Gogon. He didn't stand up. He didn't make a statement to that. People were killed in Benue. He didn't make statement to that. He has destroyed the unity of the country. He has destroyed the economy of the country. Democracy without good economy, it's almost like a democracy that cannot function well. What democracy is all about is for people to participate in governance and run the nation in such a way that can benefit them and they can transform their society. Is that the way this man have run democracy? Does he reach out to people?
You know, the
does he
article
negotiate with people?
The article itself actually makes this point. So you're on point, essentially, is what I'm saying. The article that I read out actually makes those points that you're making. It says, however, contrary to Mr. SHEHU's claim that Mr. Buhari saved the country's democracy, instead, the regime has been notorious for gross human rights abuses, extrajudicial killings of protesters, massive clamp down on the media, considered by many as the worst in Nigeria's history. Mr. Buhari, in disobedience of court orders, detained former National Security Advisor Dasuki, Sowore, Nnamdi Kanu, and Ibrahim El-Zakzaky, etc. So exactly just that line of argument that you are presenting is what is also presented. I'm not quite sure if this guy actually fully understands what democracy is. It's just a crude nonsense, isn't it? Really, this GARBA SHEHU.
It's when you have mediocre in position of authority, in a very sensitive position, they will defend that position by all means they can, because they found themselves in a position that they does not merit in the first place. So him in a position of authority, he will do everything to retain that position, lying and just pushing out nonsensical statements that you can never imagine that people in authority can say. So it's a mediocre. So he found himself there in a position of authority, and the president is a mediocre as well. Does not surround himself with the best brain, people that can guide him, people that can help him to help him to run.
Odongbodomi. Is that Odongbodomi?
Odongbodokpon. So that is why GARBA SHEHU will make this kind of statement. These people with our own, what is it called? That Yoruba crazy
Femi Adesina.
Even though that one is a well-qualified guy for that job. I mean, he was heading an editorial board, or he was writing articles and all the rest in the Guardian newspaper, or which paper was he? So he is a professional, but look at him, because he found himself in a position of authority that, give them so much more than they deserve. And that is why they speak like that. Look at Ngige, the way he speak. He speak against these resident doctors. Look at the way he's treating resident doctors. He's threatening them instead of appealing to them, instead of him to fulfill their home side, the government side of the agreement they signed with them. But instead, he was threatening them. Look at the way they are doing, just because they found themselves in a position of authority that give them more than they deserve, and they feel, oh, this is the end of the world. I won't let this go. So they will defend it all the way and say and talk all kind of nonsense, and they don't regard us as anything. They don't, because they are not accountable to the people of the country. That is the way Nigeria is run. People in authority in Nigeria are not accountable to the people. They are accountable. They are accountable to the president, and they are not responsible to us. It's only to the president. As long as they speak in the language that president understand, they are fine. They don't need to speak in the language that
I
we
agree with
understand.
that. A lot of them is just brown nosing. They just speak this thing to say I am is essentially I am loyal, sir. Is what you
Yeah, I'm
can
loyal, sir. Yes.
yeah, I am loyal, sir. Is what you can read to a lot of it doesn't add anything, have any meaning. So they're speaking this pedestrian language to an uneducated man to reassure him of their loyalty. This is what they do. If you
we as a people of that country, because we cannot detach ourselves from our people over there. We as a people of that country, I think we have taken nonsense for a long time. We are stupid people, and we are stupid people, and that's why we have presidents that never speak to the nation.
Yeah, speaking of VS language now.
How many times have they spoken to the people of the country?
You know, it's not up to 4 times in 6 years.
In 6 years.
In 6 years.
We are goddamn people, man. I mean, I don't know what is wrong with us. Something is definitely wrong with us. And what is wrong with us is because we have leaders at our own local space that are compromised leaders. We have useless people that we have as our leader at our own local places. And that is the problem we have. And the only people, the two professions that can save us in that country, we have the press and the judiciary, the judges, the court. Those two people can save us. Those are the two professions that can save us. The press, that you start to speak out and attack this man and expose him and expose him all the time, and on everything that is doing wrong, they should take him to court, and then court should stand on its own and tear him down. That is the only thing that can bring this man down. Otherwise, if we as people keep sitting down watching the man, they don't speak up, I mean, this man will destroy, they will turn everybody to Almajiri in that country. So we should give kudos to that Commodore Olawale that spoke recently. Other people that have anything to say need to come out and start speaking up. Expose these people. They are shaky now. They are shaky. And that is why you saw them, we discussed in the morning session, that's why you saw they spending their stupid
the love letter.
They're sending them to all Yoruba leaders. Now, after 6 years, when he knew that, yes, they are feeling the heat. They are feeling the heat. So people should continue to hit them hard now. They will melt. It's a matter of time. When people speak, they will melt. So that's all I can say, my woman. Thank you.
Thank you, Ajale Koko. Very passionate as ever. This is what we get with Ajale Koko. This is why we look forward to hearing from him. So next we go to David Ejiro. But before we go to David, let me acknowledge the super chats that has been coming in. And as ever, Alexander Gomez, the only person that seems to know what the function of a super chat is. So Alexander first super chat to that Yoruba history space, and this is his contribution. Oduduwa's first child, a daughter, is the mother of Oluwo of Iwo. I find it fascinating. So that I did not know. So now I do know, but I will double check that all the same, Alexander. But thank you. So Oduduwa's first child, a daughter, is the mother of Oluwo of Iwo. So that then gives Oluwo stool a bit of prominence within the Yoruba space. The next super chat, still from Alexander, this time in the direction of Ajanle Koko. It says, Ajanle Koko, by your very definition, the Ooni is the paramount king of Yoruba land. So this is what Alexander has interpreted from Ajanle Koko's contribution. So he's extrapolated and concluded from what Ajanle Koko said that he's now concluding that Ooni is the paramount king. Alexander still with the super chats, and this is to Ola. It says, Ola, you are absolutely right. Fantastically explained. The Ooni is the paramount king of Yoruba land. So I think that might well be a position that Alexander had prior and is not now just agreeing with opinions that chime with his previously held views. Alexander still with the super chat, and this time to the article space. Dr. Abimbola Ogunkelu, Atiku's campaign chairman, exclusive one-man breaking news. Quote me on that. So he's now giving a name now. So not only is he now already of the thought that Atiku is tilting towards the presidency, he's now saying that there's a campaign manager and it's Dr. Abimbola Ogunkelu or Ogunkelu. So are you aware of that name? Are you aware of this?
Yes.
All right. So that is Alexander now just with our breaking news. So thank you for all of that, Alexander, and anyone else can feel free to use the super chat as well. As we go to David Ejiro. David, are you with us? David Ejiro. You have to take yourself off mute. Oh, it's not with us, apparently. So as we lose David, we go then to Ovie, who has been chiming in. So Ovie, let's take you first to you are not a Yoruba man, but that doesn't still preclude you from having a view. Just this battle now between the Alaafin and of Oyo and the Ooni of Ife. The Alaafin.
No. Ovie cannot speak on that. Move to another state. He cannot. He doesn't have anything to contribute that. No.
He's an Edo man now. He's a Yoruba cousin. No. We can't have that.
Cannot. No.
We betted the Yorubas. Now we give them. Now we contrary to what Mike is saying, say una fall from heaven. Now we produce now.
All right.
Can speak that language?
I have a very light take on that. No, I'm not really deep into the Yoruba history.
Sorry, Ovie. Before you go, somebody just corrected me on Alexander's super chat. So Oduduwa's first child, a daughter of the mother of Olowu of Owu, not Oluwo of Iwo, so Olowu of Owu. So thank you for that correction. So back to your VA. Just a brief thought then. You know that they are giving you limited access and restricted access as well.
Yes.
According to Ajale Koko, because you are not full blood. So just
I've not really, dived into that type of. They are in the Yoruba history, my own study. Not really. But it's a very when this whole thing started, I was even before I came on as I just said first time in this program we are really discussing the true Nigerian problem, which is the Yorubas, the Yoruba nation. They are the real Nigerian problem. For the first time we are discussing it.
Okay.
First time.
Expand on that.
It's very obvious now. Apart from maybe shift away from what you guys just played out. I think I've said it before. Now the only Yoruba people they actually know what they want or stand for in that country. Before now. We know what in the Fulani they will say yes, they want to dominate everybody. The Igbo man say they don't tire. This kind of game, they don't feel play again, they won't go. What did the Yoruba man want?
So how are you getting that from that conversation that was supremacy?
No, that was my own assertion before the. So when that conversation started, I say yes, I think I'm right. Now Nigeria problem with this.
How did you get from that conversation to this conclusion?
I'm just saying, I know Yoruba. You ask me, I told you we're into the Yoruba space now.
Okay, you have proven Ajale Koko right. Listen. Okay, let me go further. The Fulani man force outside to be in the let me I'm coming down. They force outside. I won't say whether they conquer them or whatever, but they force them to be with them politically. Right? What's stopping the Yoruba people to say, come, people man, yes, now don't do so far. Come, let's do this thing together. So that we could balance and fight this game together. Instead, everybody won't run away. And that way here. Now just come together and these people. Una no agree. That's why I say now will not be the problem. Because I'm sure the Igbo man is ready to actually come down and sit on the table with you guys and fight this war hands on. But
you are not right in that respect. Let me tell you. You know about Ninas, right? Hold on. You know about Ninas.
Nina consists of other minority too. No be Yoruba agitation.
You know about Ninas.
Yes.
You know that Nnamdi Kanu did not join Ninas for one reason or the other. They tried to placate him. They did everything for him to come in so that they can,
I'm not talking about the agitation aspect of it now. The politically, that's what I'm talking about. Politically,
yeah, no, it's a political gathering too.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, I'm not talking about
people. What Ajande Koko has just defeated. What Ajande Koko said has just defeated your assertion. You are saying the Yorubas don't want to come into the conversation to.
What is Nina? Please correct me. Let me make me understand. What is Nina? What does Nina stand for?
It's national. Sorry,
Nigerian. I mean, indigenous nationalities.
Exactly. So why are you not claiming Yoruba? Is Yoruba not claiming it? No, that's not Yoruba thing.
So why are you not saying Professor Akitoye?
It doesn't matter the chairman or the whatever.
So
it is not a Yoruba movement.
No. Hold on. You are saying the
politically.
It's a political movement. What is it other than a political movement? You are saying that the Yorubas don't want to engage in other people in a conversation to find a solution.
Listen. You
said they don't want to come to the table. Yeah.
With the Igbos.
Yeah, who is Tony Nandi? Who is Tony Nandi? The Secretary General or the Secretary of the Indians?
One man.
Yes.
You know what I'm talking about. What I mean politically, I'm talking about the political.
Do you yourself
I'm not talking about those people are talking about secessionists. No, I'm talking about a political movement here. Just like the way the Fulani Force Hausa or whatever they are doing it together. That's what I'm saying. I'm not talking about people are agitating for this. I'm talking about Ninas. No, Nina is not a Yoruba thing. Nina is not. Yoruba cannot claim Nina in their movement. No. That's that's a Nigerian.
You yourself don't understand what you are saying.
My question is very specific. I said, why do Yoruba don't want to sit down with the Igbos politically?
That is the answer.
What is Nina?
Give you the answer.
No, I just hasn't said anything contrary to this. I'm being specific here. I just go on elderly mind knows what I'm talking about. When I mean politically,
Okay, explain.
What I'm talking about.
Are you talking on the party level or what?
Yes, I'm talking about this agitation. I'm talking about it when I mean political, even the cultural group, the Onaize Indians and the Alaafin. I mean, those people who actually, I'm talking about political and those who actually would sit down and determine what goes on and goes right in that country. Why can't they do it together? What is stopping in them? That's what I'm going to forget about their own. We understand what they stand for. If they want to come together at that level, I see understand.
Okay. Let me give you another. Let me give you another instance.
And take this game
let me give you another instance now. Let me give you another instance. If you are talking about socio-cultural group like Afenifere and which other one?
Maybe the think tanks of the Yoruba people now. Yeah.
Hold on, Afenifere and what is the name of that one from Igbo land?
Ohanaeze, yeah.
You know they are talking. And they have agreement that restructuring is what they are opting for. So they are doing things together.
Listen to me, please.
And if you want to look at it, hold on, I will give you another one. I will give another one.
My question is not that broad. It's very specific. It's not that broad. That's what I said. Let me repeat myself. Maybe you understand what I mean.
Okay.
Today, politically, when the Fulani want to speak, politically is Hausa Fulani. Politically, right? So what is stopping us? Because that is how they.
You want us to be saying Yoruba? You want us to be saying Yoruba?
No, I use that. I use the word just so you understand exactly what I'm trying to say.
Let me give you another instance. Let me give you another instance.
This will be number 3 now. Yes.
I'm giving you another instance. All the governors in the southern Nigeria came together, asked for restructuring. They condemned land for cattle. This thing, what did they call it? Cattle grazing or this thing.
Open grazing.
We are working together. Why are you saying that the Yoruba and Igbo does not? We are working together.
Let's get to the main talk of the day.
Okay. We'll get to the main topic, but you will bring it back to Fulani.
They are the main, and they be the hot. Just like when Nnamdi Kanu they hot, they always talk about that. They are the hottest people. tribe, whatever you can call right now
for
in
you,
that space.
for you.
Let them be president. Now, what are we talking about? We have to talk about the presidency. We have to talk about the minister. What are you talking? They talk over the government of the day. Someone going to talk about them. Why? You are just be specific about Buhari. No, we need to see how this problem with their life every day starts. Why is it? Because it's coming, like it's boiling, it's drooling. These guys are on the move. They're not sleepy.
Wait, you have to accept that not everybody sees these Fulanis in this grand norm that you see them. Yeah.
But yeah,
so just and you also have to accept that not every conversation has this Fulani coloration. We are talking about Alaafin and Ooni, and again we've landed on Fulani aggrandizement. We don't have to hero worship the Fulanis in every topic. That's the thing.
Woman, I'm sorry if that is how you are seeing my submission, but that is all I see. We're talking about in Nigeria. There is no way I look in the Nigeria space as of today that there will not be Fulani footprint. Okay. So why would I talk about it?
No. Hold on. That is false. That is a false statement. There is no space in Nigeria that you would not interpret a Fulani footprint. But that is quite different.
I will show you. I don't just interpret. I will show you that this is it right here.
There was no Fulani footprint in the opening, just soft sell topic that I gave you, but you infused it into it because you try to infuse Fulani into everything.
No, okay. See, if Ola is listening, if he can tip in, he was actually enlightening me on how this is even more political than it seems. So what are we saying here? Everything is politics, my brother.
Okay.
Everything is politics. He was telling me, is here, Ola, if you are there, please answer me. He was telling me that it is political, more than it seems.
Yes, of course. The British created that.
So what are we saying?
That was what I was saying.
We are political animals. Sorry, I'm sorry to put it that way. That's what
we are political animals.
So so why? I'm not a military man. Even the military said, that's the in charge. The president. What was our president? That's important to the president because we operate a unity system, even though it's not on the book. That's what we operate. What I mean is that nothing goes around within that space where the president no go approve of. And who is the president?
Right.
It is a decline of people. You can't separate him from his people. That they made him. So I'm sorry if I keep right to the Fulani. You are a product of Yoruba and Yoruba's culture, whatever. That's what I mean by they made him. He's a Fulani man. I'm sorry. Tomorrow, if a Yoruba might become president, and I'm still talking about that. Look, and as far as Nigerian constitution is concerned, I am sorry. Whoever become president, we must talk about the Fulanis. That is how the constitution is designed. Unless we scrap them or do whatever, that is how the constitution is designed. They have a lot of say in that constitution. It's not me. It's what I'm saying. Even I'm trying to do away, I go see there. If I go New York, they're there. If I go London, they're there.
No. You see them.
Again, now, let me make another statement. Man, you can prove me wrong. I think one of the reasons that the British actually favor them in the way they first arrived is because of who they are. Who really means that they are like GPS of those days. They walk around. Let me finish.
Sorry, Ovi. I don't think I can carry the weight of it. Sorry, I'll come back to you, but let me go to rational mind just to break away from, because the next topic I'll give you still do Fulani, and it
because it's a Fulani man talking about Atiku, not be Fulani man.
All right.
It's not me, one man. I'm sorry, but I'm a realist. I know that it's hard for me to talk story. I will tell you what is there.
Your realism.
Your next topic is what? Your next topic is about the Fulani man. Your next topic is about the Fulani man.
All right. So Atiku then saying that he's gone to Cambridge to acquire his master's in whatever it is that he did. So it's just to the politics of it and the interpretation that is wanting the space to make to have of it, and how is wanting it to be interpreted in the different demographics that make up the Nigerian political space. So just to the specificity of that question, just address the question as a standalone?
I think for if I should read meaning to what he's trying to portray is one, the fact that we use this current president as Pepe into a resort level. That's one. Two, there are a lot of people that will be saying, okay, where has it been all this while? Why is it just coming out? So it's an opportunity where does it come? I go to school, I did school, I'm studying. So all those that still, movement just to, get people say that sympathize or come along. And I don't know if it's working, but in Nigeria, we believe in paper, so it's going to work. Since we believe so much in paper, so he has gone ahead to get the best. And imagine, again, for what another thing, if he say I go get masters or something, maybe people without him, he went ahead and made a specific the name of the institution, and not be just anyhow any institution. So if you want that as in the lie, then you have to even though in buy like somebody was listed that now Oyewole or whatever something what they do for Lagos. Like the fake
Oluwole. Yeah.
Even that Oluwole, but if now actually Cambridge you go buy it, that's a lot of money. But we need that money in our own space, though, rather than
a lot of what you said. First, the second half of what you were saying, that he needed to explain his absence from the Nigerian political space, and he spoke to that as well, because he's saying that he's been hearing a lot of the commentaries about him living in Dubai. So he was saying that he wasn't really living in Dubai. He was attending lectures at Cambridge University. So he needed to cover that slot because a lot of people are aggrieved that as soon as the election was over, he ran back home to his own country, essentially Dubai. I'm pretty sure they've given him citizenship in that space. So they were complaining that he ran away to Dubai and abandoned the party and the people that voted for him. So he needed to provide an explanation for that space. And that is what he was trying to do. And it was also, you were saying, he was saying a master's from Cambridge. He was also speaking to that Oluwole space that you're speaking to. Because you hear people like Dino Melaye telling you that he has 7 degrees from XYZ University. And when they are quoting all of these people, they'll be quoting Cambridge, Yale, etc. What these people do, and he also said he went to do his master's. What these people do is they go and attend some 2-3 day seminar or program, get some printout certificate, and then claim that they went to Yale. You go to Yale and they will tell you that yes, they came to do something. But Yale, they went to Yale is went to. If you go there for a seminar and they give you some placard to say that you went for a seminar for 1 day, you went to Yale. So that is why he was quite So that is why he was quite specific. So he was speaking to the politics of that Oluwole certification of the Dino Melaye variety and all of these elements that just make all this super.
At this point, I think I sympathize with him because other the fact that the guy don't try, I think he has learned along the way. So he don't see ahead, know where the problem might come from. So he they tackle him ahead. So I respect him. His hustling is of top notch. But again, I think Alexandra said something about Atiku getting a pay manager.
Yes, Dr. Abimbola Ogunkelu, Atiku's campaign chairman. So this is what Alexander is telling us. Yes.
Yeah, the last election was it? Is it the? I think it's Bukola Sarakira, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, I think so.
Campaign chairman.
Yeah, yes.
Because I'm just trying to because I never know that I'm trying to connect what's responsible for that move because there's a pressure from the opposite side, that is the APC. Maybe they're trying to zone either the presidential whatever. So I'm trying to.
You mean for having a Yoruba campaign manager?
Yeah, and a known. I mean, no. Is he a political?
I don't know. I don't know this person either, but
so it's
kind
of.
What are you interpreting? What are you? Sorry. What are you? What is?
Could
what
it
is
be
your
now?
interpretation?
Could it be his reading is telling us that Tinubu is getting the ticket from the APC?
You mean by appointing a Yoruba man?
not just a Yoruba man, but a Yoruba man from that, he's pretty much a technocrat. If I don't know much about him, but since he's not in that political space that all of us know, him going for a technocrat, what does that mean? Because that means he no go fit defeat the political machine that will come from that region. And the only person that controls the political machine to a large extent is the man. So
I think
I could be wrong.
I think Atiku will, as much as he can, have Yoruba association with his campaign because he wants to draw the Yoruba people in. He is already from the north, so he already has that space. So he'll probably, if he goes with Peter Obi again, then he has that space. So he now has to have as much of Yoruba around him in his campaign to complete the set. So this is, I think, is what his politics is.
If I be him and I'm compelled, I'm forced to pick somebody from the southeast, I'll go for Rochas. Yes, there are different parties, but it's a different game now at that level. I'll go for him.
You mean abandon Peter Obi and go for?
Yeah, I don't know why people they shout about. It's not a sellable person.
Let me ask you a question.
I don't think Peter Obi carries that weight as well. But your question, rational mind.
I mean, this is the same OVA that has been saying that we don't need these people that have been there, and you want your people, your generation to take over. And then you look at all the people that has been there. You say you won't vote for this chief we turn.
No, to be fair, I think OVA is just speaking to the question.
Let me answer your question. I am speaking reality here. The question is that as me and you speak, among the group, if we won't group themselves, the youth, the other, who are those actually making moves today? Me and you there, they argue every day. Man, they move there, they do sleepless nights. Now then go produce better. We don't have what it takes now. Huh?
You won't go vote. You won't go vote somebody like that.
I don't go vote. See, presidency has nothing to do with me and you, my brother. Whether me and you vote, you don't vote, has nothing to do. We'll never reach that level. What is you hearing they talk? This is reality, my guy. I want a young person, but it's not about what I want. What do we want? Now, men, where they move now, they think so. So it's not about if we come as a let's join vote together. That's what I'm for. Of course, I don't care if we lose or win. That's one. But as we speak today, we are not making any moves. I'm sorry. The game is real at this level. At this level, you don't want there are men they talk now. It's real. Can we raise up 200 billion between now and 2023? The question is no, we can't. Can we get 60% of the young people?
I don't really understand you. What are you talking about?
That's what it takes to become a president. I'm sorry. That's what it takes.
I'm talking about Rochas. Don't move the.
Rochas. No, I'm just okay. Who's young person? No, I remember as I said, if he's compared to go in that space, the southeast space, for me, I would say let him go for Rochas because it's somebody who can actually relate with the young and the old. And another man too.
Really?
Okay. Yes, compared to Peter Obi, hell yeah. Politically, I forget about his technical whatever. Who go bring say there's a correlation between electability and campaign money. Where you won't put your money now, who go win? Nobody go do it. Nobody will believe say he go work. Now who you believe
and Rochas covers two strands. He covers the north because he's one of them, and he covers the east because he's one of them.
The game is real now. For real, the game is real.
Yeah.
Now who go feel win? Nobody who go feel do the job, which is to do. But now wait till we won't be that. That's what we got. We know they vote for president. We they vote out to president. We they vote out. That's why I say forget this Buhari man. It's gone because we see the system. We won't vote out.
Of the vote. I mean, what are we voting for? Is it not for
you know why? Hold on. No,
bringing a leader that would really serve the purpose of a leadership. Not like the one we've seen in the past how many years
that would be a leader that will come.
Look at Rocha's antecedent in the state he governed. Look at how he milked that state dry. It almost turned the state to his own personal estate.
That's true.
Are you still want to bring that man?
You are making a rational mind. You are making a mistake. It's not me. You keep saying you want to. Okay. It's not me. I'm just telling you what I'm saying. It's not me. Look, the only way I think we can get a president that will actually do what we want is when we get a people's president. How do we get a people's president? When the people actually say enough is enough and put whatever they are facing aside, their political affiliation, religion, whatever, and bond together. When they see that number, trust me, that people's president will come. But as it is, when at 25, 30 million they vote president, we never ready. I'm sorry, we never ready. The game is real now. Not be wishes. That time of wishes and dreams is gone. It's over. So all these things where they see so that distraction. You see, now you look at the politician. What are they even saying about all this revelation that is coming out every day? Nothing. They are focused on party leadership, party politics. That's what they are focused on. Because guess what? Those parties for small leaders, where you go 10, 15, 20, 30, 40 people within a leader, within a party, now them will produce our president. That's how ridiculous it is. That's why they get involved.
But
those are the people that produce the president.
Ovie, in all fairness, because I've heard you say that severally, that is the system that obtains in every democracy.
Yes.
The options that are available to the voting population are the options that the elites of political parties put forward. This is, I mean, they pick a candidate, don't they? In America,
you are right.
In Germany, everywhere. So there's nothing.
The only thing that can be done, because even this advanced democracy, their constitution was also given to them. You understand? So the only way we can actually act different from them, if also yes, let's practice democracy, but with our own way of life. That's what we are missing.
Right.
Let's tailor our democracy. So we don't all of us they dive into issue a little bit ago. Let us come together with how our people they live before and tailor with the modern way of life. We move ahead because all we do is just to wait for them to do. Then we copy and try to do this. We're never going to get it right. I'm sorry, we're not going to get that right because we are too. Our way of life is just so different. It's different. Even them up to today, they never understand now because now they hand over to them too. So, but if we have to speak to the reality on ground on this constitution and the way it is, that's exactly what we are seeing. Those party people, delegates this time around, not even the whole party member, they were able to go at the end of the day, they go see that direct primaries, that delegate or whatever. Only a few people could just come from it, so just carry their position and their president, and if that person wins, that is our president. So that's why I say when we come together,
what system are you proposing?
We can disrupt the system. We can disrupt the system.
In what way? In what way?
In numbers.
Yes.
In numbers.
To what end?
So to the way we want it.
Who is we?
The Nigerian people. That's why I know they want in Nigeria. I'm also involved. I'm also in Nigeria.
Sorry, Ovie, I need you to pay attention. Let me explain something to you. And this thing that I'm telling you is sacrosanct. There is none of these things that you're saying. This thing that I'm telling you is sacrosanct. Politics, in whatever guise, it follows two ideological strapline. There's the leftist politics and the rightist politics. So all of these people that you're saying, they still follow those straplines. The leftist politics is the Marxist, socialist end of politics, and the right politics is the far end with the racism, the nationalistic politics, etc. And politics in modern times is played at the center. So it's a centrist positioning in politics. So at the center, you are either left of center or right of center. An example of a right of center person is Donald Trump. He's almost like a far right, is leaning towards far right. A centrist politician would be somebody like I can't even think like the president. Even more, I was going to go for the Canadian guy. He's more like a representation of a centrist politics. So all of these things that you're saying, they still fall within the milieu of what is known in politics. So there is no paradigm of this mass movement of people coming to this kumbaya narrative that you keep on presenting all of the time. I don't understand it.
What you just narrated is what is in practice. But what you
no, it's human sociology. That is predicated upon human sociology. It's not what is in practice, it's human instinct.
One man, can I finish my where I'm going to? Because anytime I just one word you go block and one word you go block.
No, don't worry about all that.
Let me finish. No, I'm driving a point. I think you narrated a story before you actually arrive at your point. Let me do the same thing. You understand? These things where you mentioned, so now people we accepted it. That is not how the affairs of blessed memory play their game.
So that tells me you did not listen to anything that I just said. I said this is human. This is human instinct. This is based on science, human science, not European science, not Asian science, not Egyptian. It is fixed. That is why I said it is sacrosanct. That is why I said it is fixed. What I told you is fixed. There is no deviation from it.
You see, I will say there's no way I will accept your narrative. You're not ready to listen to me. It doesn't work like that.
No, because you're already telling me this is what they said. It's not what they said.
My story.
So that tells me that you don't understand anything that I just said.
There's no way I can't add. If you don't allow me to make mine, I will not accept yours, and you will not accept mine, and we are not going anywhere. Allow me to say what I'm saying my piece. It's okay. You don't have to agree with it.
All right,
but let me say my piece so we can move on.
Take us down.
That's your understanding. At this level, this is my understanding.
Fantasy land. Oh, yeah, go on.
Allow me. My joy is that as time goes on, every now and then they say, this is what Ogie said, or this is what he's been saying. So I am cool with that. That 80% way they give me, so it's just too much. So allow me maintain my 80%.
Carry on, Ogie.
You say that human instincts, yes. Now human. So you are not trying to predict how human behave from day one to the end. No. Now human, they practice this thing. We have our own dynamic way of making changes. All this ideology or whatever that you put, it will accept that. It's because we accept them. That's where we should go. Now we accept them. When I say we should disrupt the system, disrupting the system that today, if people where they determine who becomes the president in a party at 20, the more we populate that party, what do you think the number is going to be like? 30, 40, 50. Guess what? The decision. One man.
So sorry.
It's okay. It's okay. I am not telling you to accept it.
Pause there. You are not disrupting anything. Because you are seeing it as a generation, like as a generational chasm. No.
I believe nothing cannot be. Everything can be changed. That is what I believe.
I'm telling you that this cannot be changed. And let me explain.
Right. So that is your own belief.
Hold on, Ovie. Just allow me this. You are saying it as a generational chasm, but it is not a generational chasm.
That's what you are saying. That's what you choose to see.
No, because that is what you said.
I didn't go that way. No, I said when we populate it, how did I classify we in this what you are saying?
Whoever the we are, those we do not exist. Let me tell you why those we do not exist. The paradigm of politics is complex. I've just described the ideological divide to you. So
it's complex to you.
Oh God, you have to listen. I just described the ideological divide to you. So in that ideological divide, let's use your country as an example. In your country, the right to bear arms is a rightist politics. That's the rightist politics. So if somebody has that, if somebody is a gun sort of person, is a gun politics, then you think that person is right of the center. But that person that is gun politics, he might also believe in the welfare state. That is a leftist politics. So that person that believes in the leftist politics, he might also, that believes in gun law, he might also believe that immigration should be allowed. It should be loosened up. So that is leftist. But
I live in America. I live in Texas.
What I'm saying to you...
You won't tell me what is obtainable here.
I'm telling you that the paradigm...
Now we accept that over here.
No.
I agree with you. That's okay. I agree with you.
Okay, just do your bit. I don't think you will ever get it, but do your bit.
2020, by 2020, the year 2012 and 2011, who believes that another party could come change things for Nigeria, PDP? That is disruption I'm talking about here. Different people go hungry and decide to form a party and come together and take those people out of power. That is disruption. Nothing is constant.
All this it is not.
One man, lefty, the best country that they practice left and right. No, be America. I live here.
Forget. No, it is not America. It is not America. It is not America. You know.
Now do what?
No, it is not America that practices the best politics.
I'm not saying the only them. The finest example you ever give. Now them, Democrat and Republicans.
No, it is
Which not. Other finest example you will give me across the world?
There is no finest example. There is no finest example. The paradigm remains
but it's
the
an
same.
Example. America is an example.
As several other countries.
Yeah, but America is an example. So I know what you are talking about.
No, you don't.
I know what you are talking about.
No,
and if it might surprise you.
Okay.
One man, it might surprise you. I'm a registered college Republican. You understand? So
Right.
anytime when they refer to American politics, I'm not just talking out of abstract. I dey inside too. Even though I know they vote, or even though I know they say my own campaign. No, I dey follow them. Anywhere I can give you names of these politicians. I don't sit down with interrogate them. So I understand what you are saying. And I give you an example in that in Nigerian space. If nobody believes the PDP will be thrown out of their game just like that, they disrupt the process. Coming together, now human beings will think differently. Let's populate even I'm not even pleased with populate
but we don't.
Let's come together.
We don't think differently.
That's what we are saying. I'm talking about solution. If we can get it, trust me, solution will come. I'm not talking about a problem. You are not telling me what is obtainable. Yes, it's obvious. That's what is going on. How do we change this? What we are talking about? Join the parties or form a political union. It's about numbers. Number go change. If 25 million vote president last time, let 50, 60, 70 million vote president and see what is going to happen. So it changes the involvement. These politicians are not alien. They live among us. They reason like us. They know what will make us not to go to the pool. They will make us not to. They understand what will make us to even hate the word politics. And guess what? They will spend billions of whatever currency to make sure we are in that level. It's a game. If you don't enter, you know go play, we go just the outside they complain. And that's what's going on. Let's keep and it's not going to happen overnight. I'm not talking about 2023. It's not going to happen overnight because now fight. Because since you decide you won't come together, that means you want to threaten their own existence. What if they give them food? You want to threaten them. Guess what? They will reinforce and come to you. So it will take time. And that's what we are. That is the route we are not ready to take.
What I'm saying to you, Ove, is that the paradigm of politics never changes. It's always within the same milieu. It's the actors that change, but the politics never change.
No, even the real actors never.
The disruptors. Mugabe was a disruptor. Mugabe, he was a disruptor. Or
you won't go Mugabe politics. You won't go into Mugabe politics.
No, it's just an example of what might portend to be a disruptor from the onstart, but in practice, it's the same paradigm.
Politics, the actors, they know they change like that. It takes time. I will give you an example. For the past almost 40 years,
Oshiomhole was a disruptor.
One man, can I?
No, I don't think you get
it. Okay, you cite example. Let me respond to that.
Okay.
Players know they change like that, too. Even this country, me, they so. For the past 40 years, guess what? You must hear person where they call Clinton and Bush name for the past 40 years.
Right.
In a democratic or now column. Now only they get this country. Are they royals? What's the difference between them and Saudi Arabia? The same thing in our country. Since the inception of democracy, even the old one and the new one, who are the men where they there? You know them, they heat up and they go. See, players know the change. That's why the ideology now make you they see they constant like that. Because the main players never really change. But when we go
does the game change?
That's why they call it a game. Game is not constant.
No, you are saying players know they change. You are saying players know they change, but does the game change? If the players change, will the game change?
Of course.
How so?
Of course.
It will go from football to snakes and ladder.
One man. I don't know at times. I don't know if you're actually serious about what you just said.
No, because I'm trying to come to your space to give you an understanding of what I am saying. So
let's break it down. Let's break it down very easy. These politicians, politics anyway, politics is a process that determines who suffers and who enjoys. That's my own just easy way of putting it, so that I go feel understand and my village people. Right. Now, when you look at it that way, now human being be the politicians. In terms of the Nigerian space, there are people who, most of them went to our primary school together, nursery school together, secondary school, in the same place. We know them. They are not the people who all of a sudden, no. We know how they behave. The president today has friends in every news. When I mean friends, people then walk out for streets together. So it's not something new. So now human beings then be. So they are not, now we they produce them. Government is how the society is. If you want the government to change, then we change. How do we change it? Getting involved. It's as simple as that. Just one reason the politician will tell you, politics is very dangerous. But they sleep every day, they do interim. And you say it's dangerous.
Do you not see an inherent contradiction in what you just said? Do you
No.
not see the
My point is
contradiction
that
embedded in just your own narrative?
I've never abandoned we. If I abandon we, then yes, you can say that. We are the problem. We are the solution. I'm sorry. We.
Okay, so you're saying these politicians, they are from amongst us, and they grew up within our system, and they're your neighbors, your etc.
Yeah.
So what change then are you wanting to effect?
If you know, say the person where they represent you not do well, you change them.
Well, to replace with whom?
Then fix your home. So fix yourself first.
No. Who do you replace this person that you're changing with?
Another of your neighbor or yourself.
And how is it going to be different? Is it not also a product of the environment that you've just described?
So you now agree with me that we, which constitute the people, occupy the environment, are the problem.
And then how is change effected?
We need to change it. We need to first of all realize that we are the problem.
Oh, okay, no. How is change effected? That's the question.
When we realize that we are the problem, then we fix it, then change will come. I mean,
so
I'm just going to your narrative.
No. How is that change effected?
How do you mean, how is that change effected?
You are saying that the leader is a product of the people. And
that means the people are messed up. That's what it means.
So then how is
I do it over here.
Fix yourself.
No, okay, so then answer the question for him then, Mike. How is change effected? Oh, you can't. Well,
charity begins at home. We see, listen, once we believe that our leaders are Nigerians, definitely waiting the motivators is within us, right? So we need to sit down and examine. That's why I keep saying that we need to go back to where we are coming from. Where did we get it wrong? Is this the life that we are supposed to be living? It is the life that we are supposed to be living. If it is yes, fine. If it is not, then we fix it. But I truly believe that it is not the life that we are supposed to be living. I don't care. I don't know who Jesus Christ is.
But you tell us that we have to change these people by mass movement. So if we change these people by mass movement, now, who do we replace them with?
One man. You are speaking about two people here. It's one. Don't say if we change these people. Say if we change.
You say we effect change with mass movement.
It is very important how we refer to Nigeria. It is very important.
All right. You see, this is the thing. You talk around in circles, but you refuse to be nailed down. You know?
No, you are not. I'm trying to correct you. Accept that correction first, then we move on.
Which is what? What correction?
We Nigerians. Say use we Nigerians, then we move on. But if you see separate us, two of us, then I'm lost.
I am lost as well, actually. So I think we're probably.
Aren't you Nigerian? Aren't you a Nigerian?
I am a Nigerian.
What is your contribution to what is going on today in terms of leadership? What is your own contribution?
In interrogating the space, that is my contribution.
That's good. I like that.
With the people, because the people.
What is the contribution? That's how we go. That's how we move. How's the next person? What is his contribution? If he has none, channel him. Say, hey, you can actually be doing this. You can actually educate this. You can. That's how we get it together in numbers, little by little. Small. We are not ready to take that long route. We won't take that overnight. Change will come overnight, like the APC change.
As I always say, you're a moving target. You talk a lot, but I'm not sure if you say that much. You talk a lot, but I'm not sure.
Now you drive me. You are literally my driver. I'm behind you. They follow you.
No, but you refuse to be nailed down. Anytime anybody tries to nail you down,
including myself.
Are you Maradona?
I am the what nail can you put on my head when I've already nailed myself? What kind of nail do you want to put on my head? When I say I am the pro, I'm a Nigerian. My action and inaction, it contribute to what is going on today at the aim of leadership. I respect my responsibility.
But I asked you how change can be effected, and you just danced around.
No, I didn't dance around. I said, first of all, we have to agree that there's a change that needs to be made. From which angle? From us. Because obviously something is wrong with us. If we keep producing people like Buhari, just like Russia tried to attack me, Okorocha and the rest, if we keep producing, that means something is definitely wrong with us.
Right.
That's nothing to do with those people. I'm sorry. It's us.
All right. That's just abstract stuff, but I'm sure. Anyway, I'll leave that there because I know if we go at it for another half an hour, I still won't nail you down.
On a more serious note, on a more serious note, because no, seriously, at this point, What me and you first do in terms of the leadership that is coming? Just not little. The little that we can do is what we are doing, making noise. The reality is, remember, is it takes money, it takes countless of meeting and bagging. It takes a lot. The truth is that we don't even care. When I mean, especially with the young people now. Let me come down to the level that you want me to. We don't care. It's politics is dangerous. It's killing people.
You don't care about your future.
What is future when the future is not promising?
Yeah,
what
but
is
you
it?
are the young
It's
people.
not
Who is going to
How do I know Nigeria will not be go out of? How do I know that the Fulani will not come in full and wipe everybody out tomorrow? So
what are you doing about it?
I'm sorry for my foreign language.
How are you taking charge of your own future?
How am I thinking of my own future?
Yes.
First of all, getting more conscious.
Not you individually, because you've now gone to oncoming generation.
You put me on the spot. Yeah, you put me on the spot, and we are being frankly here. I look that and say, okay, growing up as a child, what are the opportunities that I have or I don't have that I can actually provide today? I'm doing that the little way I can, getting one person or the other off, getting your ship better than what it was
specific to you. You as a generation. So how are you as a generation going to seize charge of the space that you occupy in the future? Because of course, however indifferent or active, you are going to occupy the space in the future because nobody is going to be around forever. So what are your intentions towards that space? What actions are you taking to shape the future for yourself?
Already, the Nigerian young people today are asking questions more than ever before.
Right, questions
ever. They are not scared.
They're asking questions. No,
listen, see, you know why we are asking questions?
Right.
Because we are confused. And why are we confused? Listen, why are we confused? Because we are obedient kids. We listen to our parents. No, let's be frank.
Are you not disruptors? You just told us now that you're disruptors.
One man. Can you ask me a question? You really want me to answer? I've been
because you're a moving target now. Oh, okay, carry
on. Good.
Huh?
So whatever that you think we are displaying today has a lot to do with how we've been influenced by those that came before us.
What actions are you? The question. I'm going to ask you the question again, and please address it. What actions? You're asking questions. Is that the action that you're taking? You're asking questions.
Allow me answer them now.
Okay.
See, let me talk like somebody who actually at least take 1 or 2 minutes to read something, ask questions, know something. Maybe I just want to talk like that. You understand? So when you just allow me, fine.
Okay.
Everything that is not an excuse now to say, oh, we want to dose out. Just like growing up, my parents would tell me, don't talk to a stranger. But I'm grown now, and here I am talking to strangers. So we are gradually coming to that time. I don't expect anyone to understand the way we are moving. Why? Because the world has changed 100% than the way it used to be, thanks to the internet. And my joy today is that,
for the purposes. Sorry, hold on. Just to nail things down. For the purposes of argument, let's take for the purposes of the conversation, let's take the young person as a baseline of a 30-year-old. So younger, older, still young, but let's use 30-year-old as the baseline for this conversation. So a 30-year-old man or woman now, what actions is that person taking now to shape that future for themselves? Because in 10 years' time, he or she will be 40, and in 20 years' time, he or she will be 50. So what actions is the 30-year-old person taking to shape the future for themselves?
I don't think I'm qualified to speak for a 30-year.
No, but you're not far off that bracket, but because you keep saying this, the generation are disruptors, they are online, they are doing this, that, and the other, and they have not really done anything at all, you know?
You want me to be honest with you, one man?
Go on.
There's no one word to answer your question, and I know you know that. Just no one word.
The one word is they have to figure out to stop thinking like their fathers.
Because isn't that what I've been pushing? Isn't that what I've been saying? That's the same thing that they're talking about.
You see, Mike is just balderdash and piffle. This is what you hear. Balderdash and piffle are all bluster, no bang. It's just jibby jabba and jabba. This is really all you hear. what actions are you taking? Not from you,
Exactly.
personally, but from that space. What actions are you taking?
But you are
Is
not allowing me to answer that
jibby,
action.
jabba. So
You see,
don't jabba. Just say
Mike,
something.
you see why you need to know how to answer one man. You answer him direct now.
Don't jibba though. Don't jibba. Yeah, don't jibba.
Well, we like dancing this school. When they ask you a question, just give a straight answer, man. Why you always afraid to give an answer?
But what
I've known you, I've never seen you answer a question before.
Ever in all of the time we have been interacting with the VA, he has never been categorical.
That means you have never asked a question then. You have never asked a question.
All right. Okay, let's ask a question now, Ovie. What actions are the young generation taking to shape their future? That is a question.
And I started by saying
there's
no one word. I am not going to. There's no one word for me to answer you that question. I am sorry.
Give 2 words then.
There's no one word. There's no 2 words.
Okay, how many words?
You are talking about particular. Listen, you are not talking about particular individual. We're talking about Nigerian young people who have different psyche from. Come on.
Okay, give us your own. Give us you as one of them. Give us your own.
Please, what is the definition of young people? Because I
we're using a 30-year-old as a baseline just for the purposes of this conversation. We're not saying 30-year-old is the but for the purposes of this just conversation, just to give Ovie a baseline from which to propel his answer, which we are not even going to get from him. But
because you never allow me to answer you. No. One man keep interrupting me when I'm trying to answer a question, and you see, I never answer a question.
You've been talking for a good 40 minutes now, and you haven't said anything. Huh?
No, we have been talking. We have been talking because you've been interrupting me. Now, so that specific age of the young people of Nigeria, I believe they are doing way better than their parents had done before. One, just like what Mike said, they start listening to their parents because they are confused for a very long time. 2, even the words that they find themselves today has changed drastically within the last 5-10 years. But trust me, they have adjusted very well. Why I'm saying this because the world today is divided into 2 realities: the cyber world and the one me and you are, the physical, the one that we need. The man, let me use the word man that we live in today. And trust me, if you carry out your data, satisfy every nook and cranny of the world, it will show how well the Nigerian young people have embraced the new world and found themselves above every other young people in the world. And I believe, so that's one way. So when I feel all in a way of life they go for how long, but just what we have understand that the world has changed
their political future.
Bam, again, that's a question I cannot say this is how it is going. You will not understand it. But trust me, they make a noise. They introduce themselves.
Do you understand it?
Because when they introduce themselves, you never decide that that's even a good move in the first place. You discount them. NSAT is an introduction. You say, no, it's way more. It's okay. That they can actually get
the young generation, to be honest, they are not using the so-called exposure to change their mindset. All they are doing is enhance their stupidity of trying to be Westerners. That's all. They are not changing it. They are not changing any mindset at all.
Say man, politically. Man live in Texas. Says the man. No, but you that they look up to.
Naked
you run away, go snap for Texas. Why would they run? Now you that they run for
the so-called exposure, the media they have, what they're supposed to be using as a tool to make change. They are not doing it. They are not.
What are they doing?
They just like their fathers. They just want to have fun. They just want to enjoy life, enjoy themselves.
And
so who are their fathers? Exactly. Now you be their fathers now. Aren't you their father? So now that's what I'm saying.
All they want is pleasure in life.
You people have led us.
That's where our fathers were thinking too. All they want is pleasure. Enter there, chop money, go and buy houses in Dubai. That's the same thing our young ones are thinking. They are not using that. The tools that's available to them, they are not using it towards making any change.
You don't have the right to criticize young Nigerians because you ran away and you are now accusing those that are facing the that you caused, that you people caused the wahala owner bring them to. You are now accusing them that they are stupid for trying to negotiate themselves out of that trouble that you people created.
They are not negotiating themselves. That's what they're telling you.
They are not negotiating themselves.
Mama, they follow Jesus Christ. Papa, they follow Muhammad. How the fuck do you want to? I'm sorry for my language. How do you not want to pick it to know where university they go?
Right.
But you just told us that you are thinking differently.
Hold on.
You just told us that you are exposed. You are more exposed.
Sorry. So you are saying they are directionless. They are directionless. Is that what you're saying?
We are at that point when we say we don't understand. That is because we are trying to say, come. Why you understand or we don't act differently? Because we don't find out that the way we want to put on is not the way. We go nowhere. We go nowhere with Jesus Christ.
So where are you going? With that. Where are you going then?
We will show you, right, and tell you.
Look at.
They create another nowhere.
This is why I say
when Fela wants show at the young age, when Fela wants show at the young age, waiting on Brandon.
Forget
at the young age, he was trying to show you people way. Waiting on one. We they learn from history. We know history.
So what have you learned from history? What have you learned from history?
We learn, just as Mike said, never to listen to you guys again, either your criticism or your advice. We know listen to
and in what direction are you thrusting?
And I said, would rather show than tell you.
All right. The revolution will
rather show. Okay, you don't answer questions, man. Did you answer questions? Did you answer questions on this show? That day.
Do you know when they say a rebel without a cause? This is over here. A rebel without a cause.
You refuse to accept answers.
Since you want to be a rebel, he wants to be a rebel, but he doesn't know what he's rebelling against. He doesn't know what he's rebelling against, but he wants to rebel.
Since you are rebelling against you, I'm rebelling against you. Since
I know you are rebelling against me, I'm rebelling against you too.
Since you refuse to accept answers as a sign of cohesion among the young people, then I'm sorry, there's no way I'll tell you again. That among everything,
it's agitating to go somewhere, but doesn't know where it's going.
Don't worry, thanks to Una now, because one day as I look like it, I see cross for my walls. It's just like I won't go, I won't go ever. So don't worry.
Did you read Little Red Riding Hood? As in a nursery school, Little Red Riding and the big. Okay, then let me give you the recitation. Little Red Riding Hood and the Big Bad Wolf. He huffed and he puffed and he blew the house down. So that was our answers. Little Red Riding Hood and the Big Bad Wolf.
Yes.
Hold on. You huffed and you puffed, but nothing happened. The Big Bad Wolf, he huffed and puffed and blew the house down. You just puffed and puffed, smoked it, and went back home.
If there's anything that the whole world has seen that only you that refuse to see is the cohesion among the young people, that they can actually do something.
Are you serious?
Yes.
They can
actually do something if they come together. If they come together, they can actually do something. That's what that means.
But that's the thing, man. They don't have the will to get together to do anything reasonable.
How we go get weight where we not do?
They want to get together for foolish things, man. That's all.
How we go get weight where we not prepare any ground for us? What is the foundation you guys lay for us? Nothing.
Which ground they need to prepare for you? Ground is there. The ground is already there. You are contradicting yourself.
Which ground?
You said you have the truth. You have the internet. You have the ground has already been made for you. It's easier for you than any generation.
The light of Awolowo. The Awolowo did a lot. They gave us independence. The Awolowo gave us independence. They give us the what do I use and do? What do I use independence do? Because
thank you, Ovie. Sorry, I must move on. No, please, I must move on.
Outside this. I have a question. A serious question. Maybe to Ajane Gogo because it's more of a
He's not here at the moment.
Oh, it's gone.
Okay, your generation, this generation actually have the best opportunity.
We don't
the best ground
because of the foundation that
make
has
any
been
change.
laid.
Everything is there for you, man.
Mike,
the foundation has been laid. You mentioned Fela was a good foundation for you. The knowledge from Fela, the today's
Showore himself is a foundation for you. Nnamdi Kanu is a foundation for you.
So what are you guys doing?
I'm not
What
saying
is
if you want me to
They just jibba jabba and talk around in circles.
Do we go further? I'll be more go sit down on this topic.
No. I want to go to rational mind.
If you are using, if he's using Fela as an example, that means to go for what I said. Really cool, but that's beside that. I actually have a real question.
Name one Fela like figure in your generation. Name one Fela like figure today.
Damn.
I can't know like figure because Kanu is going on to 60 now. You think it's...
I have a question. Like maybe if you don't get the answer now, I genuinely want to know. Like when the Biafra were agitated back in the days, the war, the other regions waiting be their take on what the Igbos were facing or trying to do at that time. I'm actually acting like this is a genuine question here.
Well, what is
I
actually
want
your
to know
question?
what
Question is
other
not
regions.
No. So sorry, I don't want to
We'll
open that
be going in
portal just
circles on that
because
again.
Oh, okay.
you know he will just spin us round. But let's thank you, Ovie. Always entertaining with Ovie. We never land anywhere, but we're always engaged. This is Ovie, the 80% man of this platform. It will take you to 80%, and it will start to
That's it.
spin you around.
That's a pass mark. When are they school?
Of
When are
course,
they
now
school? Na
that
D,
is
na
A
D.
plus now. That's
When
A
are they
plus
school?
now.
Na D and C and they get. And they get D and C. You are giving me a B. I mean,
No,
I'm going. I'm
you
improving.
know we delight in your company, even though
I know. I understand what I mean.
we never nail you down. But one day, Ovie, I will nail you down. Whether you like, I will
Now
nail
say
you
Nigeria
down
don't
one
bet.
day.
Now say Nigeria don't better be that. Now say Nigeria don't
Eh?
reach where we want down.
All
I don't
right.
become billionaire. Oh, I don't become billionaire. You name it down.
All right, thank you, Ovie. Let me go on to rational mind, but before I go on to the rational mind, let me acknowledge some super chats. As ever, Alexander, the only person that has access to that button. And this is what Alexander is saying via super chat. He's saying Olusegun Obasanjo is an Owu man. Wole Soyinka is an Ake man. Under the first independent Yoruba state, Abeokuta, hence the popular statement, Owu la kọ́kọ́ dá o, Owu la kọ́kọ́ dá o, bí, sorry, Mike, you do that bit for me. Ola,
Let the real Yoruba man speak here, okay?
yes, Ola, read that
Now
bit.
me now, I'm talking about me. I'm the real Yoruba man here.
Bí Adé
La
Òwu àbẹ̀rẹ̀. So I got that. Owu la kọ́kọ́ dá o, bí Adé Òwu àbẹ̀rẹ̀. So that is what Alexander
I
contributed.
think he's saying Abiri. Maybe he's
Abere.
Yeah, Abiri. Yeah.
Okay, Abere.
I don't
La
know.
kọ́kọ́ dá o bí adé òwú àbèrè o.
Abere. So Kilambere is the question. Alexander continues with the super chat. One man, Dr. Abimbola Ogunkelu, played a role in your stellar secondary school education indirectly than you realize. A conversation for another day. So it looks as though this Dr. Abimbola might well be an academician of some sort, or probably linked to
Alexander
Nigerian.
knows everybody, man.
Yeah, Alexander. You know when they say the 1%, Alexander is part of the 1%. So he's
Alexander. Ask Alexander if he's the Afro-Brazilian settled in Lagos now.
Well, with the name Gomez, I'm just assuming that
that's
he
what I'm
must
thinking.
have
Maybe is
Portuguese
he from
links.
that?
Yeah,
because those people they settled in Lagos and they really.
That's what he said. I mean, he said that is a descendant of the Brazilian people.
Oh, he said it.
Yeah,
he said it.
All right. Thank you for the super chats, Alexander, and thank you for the entertaining session of VA. Even though still I don't know what came out of that, but of VA, all our politics, Avi.
Yes, focus on the journey of no return.
But to rational mind now, so I don't even know which space to take you to, but let me take you to the space of Oshiomhole, who is saying he's making a revelation that he did get a judgment in court to remain in situation as the chairman of the APC, but he decided to cede the space because he got the inkling that the powers that be wanted him out of situation. So Oshiomhole rather still insisting that he's politically relevant. What are you just making of it? Oshiomhole resurfaces.
Yeah, I think I said something like that one of your sessions we had here some days ago, that I said if this guy really wanted to exercise his rights, he can exercise his rights. By going by the judgment we saw, we saw this man, the PDP man, Secondus, Uche Secondus. So we could tell that if at all himself wants to exercise that right, because his tenure has not, he has not come to an end. So he still can be the legitimate through a court order, he can get his chairmanship.
Yeah, he has been reinstated, by the way.
But for him to have, because I think I listened to him on channels of their clips that they had on Charles videos, but I watched it online, and he was saying that he doesn't want to exercise that right, so he just want to leave that space, blah blah blah. That he's okay with the way he's living his life and that kind of a thing. So, but for me,
so this was Oshiomhole.
Even though if he comes back, go on, listen.
No. I was saying you are referencing Oshiomhole. Yeah, I can hear you. Carry on.
Hello?
We can hear you. This is
Let me
me.
take off
We
this
can hear
my
you. Can you?
earpiece. Let me take off this my earpiece because I'm using earpiece. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we
Can you hear
can
me now?
hear you. Yeah,
Okay.
yes. This is me giving you the thumbs up. We can hear you.
Okay. All right. Because I was on the earpiece. I think something is breaking. I don't know.
Can you hear me?
I can
Can
hear
you
you.
hear me?
I can hear
Okay,
you.
so carry on then. Yeah, carry on.
So, on Oshiomhole, I think the guy is still relevant, but for the fact that he's been silent of his own will, I mean, of his own volition, is just doesn't want to have anything to do with the politics in APC. I think it's a wise thing on his part too, because was it you that made the reference to that? That it's like he had some allegation of financial misappropriation. He embezzled money and things like that. Maybe they would have used that against him because the cabals, who the likes of Malami, that wanted maybe they still want to have the presidential ticket to go to the north, and the only way they can do that is if they have the control over the chairmanship that will make them to strategize and be able to hijack the whole thing and then have another now, possibly another Fulani to continue the same game they've been trying to do with the agenda plan we've seen. So, and then with Oshiomhole there, I know they will not be able to achieve that. Oshiomhole is a good politician when it comes to things like that. He would make sure. I said maybe they bring him into their fold. They kind of like maybe they threaten him that look, you must listen to us, or else we'll start using EFCC against you or whatever. And maybe you start dancing to their tune too, except that. But I know Oshiomhole very well as a prince. I mean, I won't say he's a principled man, but I'm saying he knows how to play politics. So I think it's the best thing for him is to just leave that space.
I respectfully disagree on that.
That what?
The Oshiomhole is not a good politician.
Okay, give me your reason.
He's more of a street fighter anyway.
Oshiomhole can only thrive in a very chaotic environment.
Of course, we know that.
Within the environment that he is what he's saying of the horses for courses. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the only way he can thrive in a very civilized environment. Oshiomhole has no chance.
Of course, you and I.
No, I think it means within the Nigerian context. Context.
Yeah, that's what it meant. Yeah.
He's not a good politician, I beg.
He is. You might dispute that. Oshiomhole is a very good. I think he's a good. He knows how to.
He's a two-time governor of his home state, the chairman of his own party. So I'm not quite sure what criteria you are using to make that statement.
And don't forget. I mean, the guy participated in the overthrowing of the PDP, and he also did well in.
That's the question. What is he now? It's nobody.
Can I interject?
What do you mean it's nobody?
He got to the highest positions. He got to the highest positions that he can.
As a politician, you have to stay relevant till you die.
Right.
That's
it's not relevant now. It's not relevant now.
If Oshiomhole was Atiku, man, I guarantee you, if Oshiomhole was Atiku,
one man.
No, sorry, Ovie.
See,
hold on, Ovie. The fact that he had the opportunity and the legal footing to stay firm and fight that space, but he yielded it to expediency.
Who he won't fight? He won't fight president. He won't fight the president.
That tells you that he's a good politician.
So,
but
let
rational mind.
He knows better. He will not fight the president. How can you fight the president?
How can you be a two-time governor and a former chairman of your own party?
And this was during PDP Reno.
What is he now? What is he now? Not be Obasanjo Mekan governor. What is he now?
Obasanjo the Mekan governor. This guy was not on
Is he the only Edo man? Is he the only Edo man? Why did Obasanjo not make somebody else the president?
That's my state. Why? Can I give you one of the reasons? Can I give you one of the reasons?
It was Tinubu that helped him.
During the labor movement.
Not Obasanjo. It was Tinubu that helped him. It was Tinubu that helped him. Yeah, Tinubu helped him to reclaim.
Let me interject for It's a Tinubu boy now, politically. It's a Tinubu boy politically. Yes, I understand that. First time that he become a governor, no be Tinubu. The role he played, listen now, the role he played as a labor leader under Obasanjo, now in compensation with that.
Now lie, man.
No.
All right.
All right.
I wasn't in America at that time. I was in Nigeria.
Hold on, Avia. You've had a good goal. So let's rationalize. Let's rationalize just
what I'm trying to say is he's a good strategist. That is what this guy is, Oshiomhole. we might say maybe in a bad way, it is an evil genius in a way, but he's a good strategist. He knows how to play politics.
I'm accepting your initial comment, by the way, Rational Mind, that he's a good politician because his history will suggest that he is. But carry on, yeah.
He is, maybe, but like I said, in the evil genius way, like he knows how to play the evil politics, like they play the dirty, nasty politics they play in Nigeria. But I'm saying he knows how to manage a party. But another thing, he has shortcomings when it comes to managing a crisis in the party. He knows how to do that, but he let his ego and his own selfishness to come between his technocrat. I mean, being a technocrat when it comes to how to manage a party. That was
sorry to interject. When you are talking about that state politically, don't forget Anini. Now the example where you go use be that. That is a politician to the core, at the highest level. We know who become government.
Here. I'm not talking about
Oshiomhole waiting in be now as a politician. Now what you go talk with that? Forget the be 2 times. What is he now? The only time we allow making war by himself, he couldn't stand. He couldn't stand by himself.
In as much I like, what you're saying, I think maybe you should allow this guy to speak a little bit.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
No problem. It's just so what I'm trying to say is that you see, I must give it to him that way, that in that aspect, that he knows how to manage party, intra-party relation. He knows how to do that. But his problem is that sometimes he allows his ego and his selfishness or whatever is, that is what brought his downfall. And Malami and the rest cabals, they use that. They saw that as an opportunity to hijack the party from him. And then he knows that if he has to come back, they will have to, they start using EFCC or whatever against him, just to nail him. And he doesn't want anything. Maybe he doesn't want to mock his name. He just want to maintain that whatever name he has given to himself, had for himself, until maybe he's able to, in the future, maybe come to become a presidential candidate in any way. So what I'm trying to say is that, yes, he could have come back if he wanted, but there's something that is holding him back. Not just what he's telling us, that maybe I just want to live my life, I just don't want any problem. No, yes, he doesn't want to have any problem, because the problem would be that they will nail him. Some people have stuff against him, which they know, and he himself knows they have against him. So it's better for him to just go on the on the ground like that. So that, but we're talking about the relevancy. Well, we can say, like Ovie said, maybe it's not really relevant, I would say, for now. But I know he has already made that name for himself, and that name, I'm sure, maybe in the future, if he comes up again, if he wants to vie for any position, I'm sure he's able to do that. That's what I have to say about that.
All right, thank you, Rational Mind. I'm asking how relevant he is now is like asking how relevant Donald Trump is now. Politics, there's only ever one space in politics. And
you want to respond to that?
Hold on, don't respond to it, okay? I don't want to go down that road that you take us down. Let's hear from the Senate, and then I'll put another question to Rational Mind.
In regard to Oshiomhole, you see, Oshiomhole is good for one thing. Oshiomhole is a radical. In my opinion, he's a radical, and during his labor days, he showed that radicality. And also he was able to use that platform to build, popularity. So when it comes to the governorship election in Edo State, he lost against Osumbo. Is it Osumbo? I think 9 years ago, and he went through the court process. The Jonathan administration allowed him to go free and fair, judicial system, and he was able to go through that, and he won through the courts, and he was re-elected for the second term. Then now, I try to paint Oshiomhole with the same brush I will use to paint Buhari. If you were to bring Oshiomhole today, so to come and contest in Edo State for the governorship position, Oshiomhole will not win, because now people understanding better. If you compare him to Buhari, people trusted Buhari back in 2015, and everybody trusted him, making sure that he is the Messiah that we were looking for, only for him to come and show his true character. This is what Oshiomhole did in Edo State towards the twilight of his second term, and he's trying to do that with the current governor. But the people saw through his career, his charade. And the person he was up against, he's a technocrat who understands, the game better than him. And he was able to rally around and shove him aside. And he and his APC.
How many times? How many times
they
did
lost.
Oshiomhole? Hold on. How many times did Oshiomhole serve as governor of Edo State?
Twice.
Okay, so he's exhausted his constitutional options, and then he went on to become the chairman of his party, which he rescued, which he wrestled out of Oyegun's hands.
You see, the APC was the APC national, leaders. They were very clever. They were, at that time, they saw that Oyegu was too docile. And
they needed a bruiser.
They needed somebody who's more radical. And Oshiomhole fit the bill. And they used him. After using him, and he lost his mojo in Edo State during the course of the governorship election with against Godwin Obaseki.
You see, for me,
they saw that this guy
that Obaseki fiasco was his real first political miscalculation. But sorry, SNO, I caught Ovie off in the streams. Ovie, sorry, you were about to say something. I just wanted to quickly just divert, but then sorry, Ovie, just come in here.
Yeah. No, you are comparing my uncle to my friend as Oshiomhole and Donald Trump. That Donald Trump is no longer relevant. What do you mean is no longer relevant? They still control the party. He's still the favorite man to win the ticket.
Yeah, but he's not the president at the moment, is he?
But in the party is relevant. My question is, what is relevant?
Donald Trump never control the Republican Party. He never control that party. That party didn't like him. He never control that party.
I'm a Donald Trump was a lone man. Let me argue that one. Let's say. When I'm talking about someone
I've been a Republican since
Donald
Trump was a lone man. It was never his party didn't like him. Nobody liked Donald Trump. The guy was a lone man in his politics.
They were
watch Donald Trump's speech last week. Go watch his speech last week.
You know what Donald Trump controls? Hold on. You know what Donald Trump controls? He controls a movement. So that is what he controls.
But not. Party? Talking about what? Listen,
Donald Trump is not a Republican. Donald Trump is not a politician even. He's a cult leader. That is what he is.
Can I finish? Before you carry my word? Yes, before I carry my word wrong, when I talk about relevance, I'm talking about party relevance here because they are not talking about how Oshiomhole remember in the party and how Donald Trump remember in political party today. Mike, they tell me, what's Mike they talk? What are you talking about? What are you talking about? When was the last time you heard his speech? You see how many crowd did there? What are you talking about, Mike?
He's a cult leader.
He's still the favorite guy to whip the party ticket called 2024. As we speak today, followed by the Florida guy. What do you want to talk?
I have a question for Ovie. Do you think that if government of Nigeria release Nnamdi Kanu today and they are allowed to contest election, do you think he will win?
You know, go get more than 50,000 votes. You know, get what was it called? Showori.
No, I'm talking about Nnamdi Kanu. I said, if the government release him today and they allow him to contest election, do you think he will win?
Which election? Which one? Presidential election? I be governor.
Governorship or presidential?
Presidential, I know go get Showori. I know that one. He will not get vote more than Showori.
See,
yes.
For governorship, if you allow him to contest, he will win hands down.
That one. I know they know.
Let me tell you, people keep trying to say Showore got only about 33,000 votes. That was a big lie.
The biggest. That's the biggest lie ever.
Let me tell you what I next.
And the rest of the country, why would they vote for him? They don't need it. Why would you probably want to vote for animal like that?
Let me tell you what they did. Showore get more than 1 million votes.
There's a possibility. Yes.
Yeah, what INEC did was they erased all his figure. INEC erased all his figure.
Oh God!
You understand?
It's part of the game. It's part of the game.
Because
he knows that too.
The political party, the AAC, was the third most popular political party behind APC and PDP.
And they are saying it got less than.
And they are telling you that they did a national poll. He is the number 3 political party in the country, even as of today. Even as of today, he's still the number 3 political party.
So I people are coming.
What is the INEC? Yakub do bad.
Yeah, what INEC did, INEC erased all the figure, all the vote that he got from the
I believe the sound, man.
Now the same
I believe what the sound is saying.
No, we all know this now. We all know this. Look at his campaign.
They even paid one of his friends to go and hijack his party.
40 for Leonard Ezinwa.
Wait, but it's part of the game now. That's how
yes.
He
That's
knows.
what they did.
He knows.
Well, all right.
Sowore got more than 1 million votes.
No, I agree with that. I mean,
I agree too.
Just looking at his campaign.
The results, I can guarantee you that Sowore is behind PDP as the number 3 political party for that election. That guy got more than even more than 10 million votes. I'm telling you.
I think they wrote the results in Buhari's office. They just
sat
down and wrote
they erased all the figure.
That's true, man.
Where did you get that that guy got over 10 million votes? Based on what structure?
No, he didn't say 10 million. He said 1 million. How many millions did you say?
I think he said 10 million at some point.
I said more than I said my government even up to 10 million votes.
He said he might, yeah. I mean, I was expecting to get millions of votes.
I think they robbed him.
They erased all the figures.
INEC go bad.
Where I provoke Ogama.
INEC has been both PDP and APC.
That's to tell you that after the election they be harassing Sowore all along because they don't want it to be part of 2023.
They don't want to reverse exactly. That's why they even say
that's to tell you.
All right. Thank you, everyone. Just really on the basis of his campaign alone and the mass movement that he led, which we all saw, there's absolutely categorically no believability to saying that guy got for less than 40,000 votes. It's just, we knew they were going to rig him, but that's just a travesty, an absolute total travesty to say that. Every single local government that guy went to, and you are saying the sum total of that is less than 40,000 votes.
He only won one local government in those states.
They just wrote the results in Buhari's office, and that they declared him winner, and that's it. Yeah.
Why are they scared of the guy not to be part of 2023? Why are they scared of him?
Can I say something?
Okay, if that should be the case, why are they scared of him to be not to be part of 2023?
He's too stubborn. You don't get respect for others.
Can I say something?
That's why.
Yeah, more quickly, Ola, and then we get back to rational mind.
See, don't give credit to Sowore more than his space. Sowore is a good activist. When it comes to voting, people like you and I, we don't vote. All those village women that they gave the Rika of rice from quality of salt, they didn't want to vote. See those people dancing for this Kogi State governor. That were dancing. You and I, who gave that Sowore that millions of votes? I know. Let's see. When I was in Oregon, when I was even trying to ask people to let us even vote for Jonathan then, all these are people they will tell you, say whatever your eyes see, you. All the corporate people they will sit down.
Ola, hold on, Ola. Who is Sowore's demography?
Okay.
Educated people.
No, just answer the question. Don't go on a tangent. Who is Sowore's demography?
It's targeting people like us.
Like who? No, it's not targeting people like us.
Sowore demography is young educated people.
Young people, students, just
young educated people. They are the majority in Nigeria.
And they are the majority in Nigeria. That was his demography.
Yes.
That was who he was targeting. Hold on, Ovie.
And Ovie is telling us that young people are waking up.
No, they voted. Yeah. It's just that
yes, so you cannot say that all of that, the sum total of that, the mass, which is 70% of the population, which is where his demography is most concentrated, the mass total of all of that is less than 40,000 votes.
One man. If I can say something.
According to them, in one local government,
Nigerian policies doesn't work that way. People look at what they want to eat. All those small shit, all people who are seeing, they are the ones shouting, make Tinubu, make we life fly, make Tinubu match us pass. All those small people that is appealing to. The 1,000 they will get on election day is more important than all those stories. That Sowore is telling them. They will tell him, say, Baba, we don't want story, we don't want Baba.
All right. Let me get back to... No, sorry, I must get back to rational mind just to keep consistency. Rational mind, just round off your thoughts on on that Oshiomhole narrative, and I then want to take you to Atiku, who is vaunting his credentials. But why? But round off on Oshiomhole and go to Atiku.
I think, like I said, I think Oshiomhole, well, myself, maybe at the moment it's not really relevant because relevancy in politics requires that you be active in some ways of some sorts, like you speak to the space, which I think he's trying to do when he spoke on channels at the forum, perhaps. But it goes beyond that as well. We can say, like, for example, Tinubu, when ever since he left in 2011, when he left there, and 2008, I guess, something like that. So when he left office, his relevancy was just boils down to that he is the anointer of any governor in most southwest state, let me say, and people kind of make him some kind of his residence as some kind of mecca where people go to consult him on political matters. That's why he's still relevant, kind of. But for Oshiomhole, like I say, I don't know the way it's going. His relevancy might go on the decline, but for now, just let him.
He's hibernating. He's hibernating. Yes, so he's hibernating, but obviously he will resurface because nobody's political trajectory is permanently. He has name recognition. He has political antecedents. He has connections. He's held office. He has experience. So certainly he has. So he's hibernating at the moment.
Yeah,
he made a wrong calculation with the Obaseki situation, and that has hurt him bad. But he will bounce back, almost certainly.
Well, the only way he can bounce back is maybe if he goes for a senatorial position.
Well, he might well do that.
Because
if
he tries presidents, and he wants to be, no, I don't think he's going to.
No, I don't think.
So the only way I think is, which I know he's going to clinch the ticket, and he might win his senatorial district. If he contests as a senator. So that's the only way I feel. Like some of the governors we saw who after they left office, a lot of them, like Ogun State Governor, Rochas Okorocha, and so on, some other governors
they are going to sleep. They go there to sleep, don't they?
That's at least you can hear their names. You can hear their name being mentioned.
I'm afraid. You guys realize that the minorities in the South, it's like it's almost impossible for them to become president. Unlike in the North, where someone from one minority tribe from the North can campaign and the whole North will vote for him. But in the South, for example, if a minority guy comes down, like someone like Oshiomhole now, it will be very difficult for him to win. It's almost like you have to be a Yoruba man or you have to be an Igbo man to even stand a chance to become president in Nigeria, coming from the South.
No, so I don't think Oshiomhole can never be president.
Let me address Mike on this. He said, somebody from the minority. Let me tell you why. You see, the minority tribe in Nigeria, they are one of the most difficult people to manipulate when it comes to election, because of their minority status. They are very politically aware. So when they see somebody like Oshiomhole, for example, they give him a chance. But once he mess up and that's it, I can guarantee you 100% that Oshiomhole can never win a senatorial election in Edo State as it is today.
I wouldn't say that.
I can say that with authority. I know.
Okay. All right, but no, that is your subjective view. I'm not sure you can say that with authority.
Without the power
the former two-term governor, the ex-vice chairman of the party, he cannot win a senatorial
except the only way Oshiomhole can win election in Edo State as it is today, even a senatorial election, it has to be a ring election. That's the only way he can win.
Is that not the way elections are won in Nigeria? I know of. Is that not?
Don't forget that it was Oshiomhole that made Obaseki win the first term. It was Oshiomhole that brought him. So Oshiomhole has ground in Edo, trust me. Where he screwed up was his issue with Obaseki.
He made that miscalculation.
Him and his people.
And I can tell you that Oshiomhole cannot recover from that miscalculation. I'm telling you.
You can't say that. No, you can't say that. No, you cannot.
I doubt it.
Especially in those states, they can hardly give Oshiomhole a second chance. First of all, Oshiomhole did two things he did.
You don't forget Oshiomhole at heart. The heart of his politics is man of the people. He's a Fayose type politician. Go to sit in the road market and eat corn with mama. That is his politics.
Let me tell you. I will tell you Oshiomhole first sin. Let me tell you one of his first sin that he committed in Edo State. One, when he was governor, first tenure, he lost his wife. Oshiomhole went outside Edo State and when I marry a foreigner, bring it to Edo State as a first lady. That's an insult in Edo State. That's where a problem started with Edo people.
That was his first term, you said.
Yes.
And he got a second
during the
term.
second term, when he lost his wife.
No. But he got a second term after committing that cardinal sin.
That was.
This time you are talking as if Oshiomhole was one handsome prince. I went to marry outside. Come on now.
That was
we can do go vex.
They might not tell you, but I know. I know Edo people. That was his first sin.
Yeah, you said that was during his. I'm going to have to excuse you, VA, because I need to have some sort of You said that happened under his first term, Deseno.
Yeah, I believe so. Yes.
But then he got a second term.
You're talking about the marriage?
No, Oshiomhole. You said he lost his wife under his first term.
Yes.
And went and married a Cape Verde girl.
After I was elected second term.
All right. Okay.
All right. I didn't go that way with the Edo people.
All right. Let's not go through the trajectory of Oshiomhole too much because
I'm done with that.
Go on to Atiku rational mind just to keep
I see. People have been talking. I think what the whole Atiku narrative, recent talk about Atiku saying that he was all the while he was away from Nigeria, that he was taking classes. Is that what he said?
Yeah, he said he was at Cambridge taking lectures.
So what was his studies for a bachelor's?
No, master's in international relations.
I mean, when did he get his bachelor's then?
Who was that?
Atiku Abubakar.
He has some diploma. I don't think he never had.
He's a diploma holder.
So when did he now come? He's now having his masters then. I mean, he's doing
no. You can do a straight to masters program.
Don't you believe Nigerian politicians?
No, hold on, please. Sorry, I'm going to have to excuse Deseno because otherwise we're not going to have a conversation here. So he can do a straight to masters program, rational mind. Go from all the way through like a fast track program. So he can do that, but he's referencing Cambridge University, which is a verifiable space, so I'm not sure.
I mean, with the diploma and then fast track, like you said, what kind of is it a British thing?
No, he didn't say he was fast tracked. He did. So what are you trying to?
What I'm asking you is that
can I say something?
No, hold on, player, please.
How come he's able to from his diploma and he's jumping to doing masters? I mean, what kind of diploma?
He did not. No, how do you know? There's no timeline. I mean, when did he get his diploma? 1804. He has said that he was taking lectures. So whenever the timeline is, he has now announced that he got this master's from Cambridge. Obasanjo referenced him back to university, which we also saw with Gowon. So it doesn't matter. I mean, you can take a first degree and go straight to master's. So whatever the trajectory is not really the trajectory because he has stated that he has this master's from Cambridge University, which is easily verifiable. He didn't say he got from Timbuktu. He said from Cambridge, which any person can check easily. So that I don't think it's in the minutiae of it, but in the politics of it, yes.
Yeah, so the point is, whatever it is, he doesn't have it. That's the sole problem. But we shall find out because.
But what is the politics of it? Is the thing? It's not when did they go for lecture? Or did they sign register?
I was trying to reference that so as for me to be able to land my points on that. Well, as we progress, we shall find out during the if he ever contest, and then if anybody has to sue him to court to prove whatever masters or whatever, it may be during the campaign. So anyway, we all know that what he's doing is trying to avoid anything like the current president we have. He only has school cert. Even the school cert does not even have the required credit, as we saw. And then maybe he wants to avoid anything in that area. People questioning his educational qualification when it comes to that. And so if you can be going to a respectable school like Cambridge, well, I just think
actually, thank you very much. Just because I wasn't even going to that point that you were making, but it looks as though that point is actually answered here. This website that I got the news from is actually varsity.co.uk, which is a Cambridge website. So it's not really did it go so that wasn't really your line of trajectory was not really the storyline, but there it is. I've put it in the comment section.
Okay. So you want us to click on that later? It's okay.
You can click on it later, but it says varsity cambridge.uk, and then it goes on just to it says so this is just a satellite story, I imagine, and so it's a UK. But yeah, you can have a look at it at your leisure. But
okay.
I've gone through it.
So just to conclude my thought on that, I think it's just all about the politics of 2023. That's what it's all about. Politics of 2023. Yes. So what I'm saying is that he's trying to get himself prepared qualification wise, so that nobody would doubt his qualification. And maybe he's trying to speak to the space, people that have been doubting his absence. He's been away, and people were wondering that, after the election of 2019, he just went and then went underground, and he just left PDP with their crisis, and he never said anything. And now that gradually we're moving to 2023, you're now coming. But whatever be the case, for me, I don't think that man should go and sit down. I would say among the people of his age bracket, I think it looks to be the only person that is fit. If you say between him, this one,
physically and mentally
fit. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe he eats very well. He eats healthy, and he takes a lot of rest. And somebody who is wealthy and probably take care of himself very well.
Apparently, he is older than Tinubu, but if you look at the two of them, you probably think otherwise.
Yeah. That tells you how he lives. He lived very well. He lived healthy. Eats healthy, no doubt. So, based on that, I would say, well, he's healthier than them, and then maybe that would make me qualified. But for me, anybody that is ever, if 2023 ever comes, and the election is ever going to hold, I don't think these people should be voted in, because the crisis we find ourselves is one of the people that contributed to it. He has his own contribution, his own quota to it too.
You might well not have a choice in what you have just said.
You mean come 2023 if he's the only person that is on the ballot?
Yes, because as Ovie is saying, you will have to choose from what is presented to you. Wow. So you might not
as a principal person, I don't vote, but as a principal person, I would just rather not vote. So let them do whatever. So
a president will still emerge, and your destiny will still be shaped by the president.
Even though I vote, I don't vote. Does that change anything? That's what I think. In Nigerian context, because in Nigerian context, it's not about who vote or who doesn't vote. Oftentimes they rig themselves in any way they want to rig themselves in. So, but then what I just want to say in conclusion on that is this: I don't think he should contest, because going by the crisis that country is going through right now, with the issue of the Fulani, and knowing that he himself is a Fulani man, you see, we can look at 2015 as an example. How we never suspected this guy. We can't even suspect him for anything, that this guy was coming in to promote the Fulani agenda or whatever it is. So what is the guarantee? Because they will use a Yoruba person or an Igbo person to step in, and then when they get in there, you see it's a different thing. Let's forget that he's married to a Yoruba woman. Let's just forget all of that. I believe that, you see, for me, and I was on your platform here, I said, this Buhari thing has really made me doubt any northerner. Either is a Fulani or is an Hausa person. I have doubt them, because I just see them, ever since the history of that country, the problem we've been having in that country politically wise is caused by this northerner, especially the Fulani extractions. The only two southerner we've had so far, in modern times, talking about Obasanjo, they were there, even though they had crisis, they were able to manage it. Good luck was there. But then whenever you see these northerners getting there, it's all about some kind of politics we don't even understand. By so I'm not saying that we can't get a good one.
But don't you think it's more of the northern soldiers? Northern soldiers. Most of them have been northern soldiers.
They brought that country on its knee. So for me, what I would just say is let him go and sit down. Let us bring somebody, people with fresh ideas. We don't need their ideas anymore because if they come, it's going to be the same politics of the party thing. I give you an NNPC. You get a contract in NPA. You know, it's going to be the same party thing. I bring Alaafin back in here. Alaafin, I give him some. You know, it's going to be the same politics of this they are within themselves. You know. So I mean, he said he has so many corruption cases dangling on his neck, even though we know they've not been proven. But somebody who doesn't have a good record like that, I don't think he should contest. But I know Nigeria will always want to vote the criminals in back again. That's all I have to say for that.
All right. Thank you, Rational Mind. From Rational Mind, just really, because we're 3 hours, 45 minutes into the session now, so that's why I'm just pushing it. So when I start to push, you know that we're starting to get... And you know, when we do these sessions, a lot of people watch back sometimes. And what the people that watch back have been saying to me is that the sessions are just too long. So all the traditional people that traditionally watch the channel, they struggle with the heavy weight of watching a 4-5 hour long session. So that's why I sometimes push and I sometimes cut. It's not because I don't want to hear whatever or however. It's just really, I see the clock ticking on my screen and I'm thinking, you know, this thing is getting too long. So that's what usually happens in that space. But let me move on now.
What I can advise you on that, after you finish the program, you need to download it, cut it. You know, like
no, that's too heavy now. But I do 2 sessions a day. Where is the time? But this one now, I'm going to do that with this one because I want to cut out that Yoruba.
What you can do is
you have to edit it to reflect, you know, at least.
No, what woman can do.
You reduce.
No, what you can do is instead of having 4-5 topics, you can just have 2 topics because I don't see the point of saying 4-5 topics.
No.
Too much interjection from one man. Too much interjection from one man.
No, it's too much interjections from you, especially Ovie.
No, that's what I'm saying. But
not to
if
say
it's 2
anything,
topics,
but just to take us. No, what I usually have quite a lengthy topic is I don't know which one would chime, which one will pick up. Like for instance, the one that picked the interest of people now is that Yoruba narrative. But these are whatever the rest are just a bit weak, and I'm just trying to
in the beginning. If you see the two that attempt to pick from the beginning, you just stick to that 2 and eliminate the rest.
Yeah, no. So that's what I'm trying to do. But then, yeah, I just try and manage it as best I can. This is just that's just all I can do. But to come to
you have to pay me for me to do the job for you. Just I'll download it, I'll cut it to pieces, you know.
Ovie was meant to be doing that, but he chickened out of it. Ovie makes a lot of promises.
You have to pay me to do that for you.
One man. This is the season today. I don't like this if I show you my schedule, you will say,
I understand. I mean, yeah. I appreciate everybody that comes on because, of course, you take time out of your own.
But as soon as summer is over, when winter comes, I know they come over winter. They always there. I know they like so.
That's the time you hibernate.
You hibernate.
I hate cold.
All right. So just gives you the feel for sometimes when it looks like as though I'm cutting people off or I'm pushing people. That's just what's going on. I'm looking at the time and I'm thinking I have to, and also I have to manage the attention of the people that are listening. So if I feel as though this is going nowhere and somebody is just trying to labor the point, then I just try to move it on because it is also an attention space, and I have to try and retain just for as long as I can, as much as I can, the attention of the people listening. So all of that goes into the mix, just so you get a feel for what I'm trying to do. So from that, we go on to engineer. Are you still with us, engineer?
Engineer.
All right. Let's go from engineer then. Let's go to Ola, who has been with us all the while, but has not yet. So Ola, yeah, to the talking points. We've already done the Yoruba, the Alaafin versus Ooni. So and the can you just speak then on the what is it called, Atiku and Tinubu and Buhari? So start from the Atiku. Yes, Ola.
What do you want me to speak about Atiku?
So Atiku saying that he's gone to Cambridge because Atiku is back on the political scene. And of course, he's now answering a lot of questions. And some of the questions that are being put to him was that he came and contested the 2019 election. After he lost, he packed his bags and disappeared back to Dubai. So abandoning, of course, the people that voted for him and the fights that was still going on. So he's now coming back into play for 2023 and is trying to address that. And he's saying that he did not escape to Dubai, but he actually went to Cambridge University on the recommendation of Obasanjo to go and obtain a master's in international relations or whatever. So he said he was attending lectures whilst he was away. This is what he said. But I'm questioning just the demography that he's speaking to with that pronouncement. So he's speaking, I'm suggesting, to the demography that is questioning his absentia, and then the demography that is saying he's living in Dubai, but he wants to rule Nigeria. He's also speaking, I think, to the narrative of Buhari school SAT. But what do you think that is speaking to with just that public pronouncement? Is what I'm inviting from you.
He's just rebranding himself or extending his brand, you know. One thing I want to figure out is that, you know, I don't expect Atiku to be so stupid to have mentioned a reputable university as his target, because we know that this thing online you can easily verify. You want to know the year I graduate, just go and check the graduation list, for example. You will see those people that graduated that year. So to me, there's nothing bad. But the reason behind that is just to appeal to the conscience of whosoever he wants to talk with, just to tell them that, okay, I'm dynamic. I'm not just stagnant, you know. We have one jobless man that the only president, the only former head of state that didn't do anything, just came back to us in 2014 to tell us of Western Germany and to tell us of how he was going to make $1 equal naira without basis. You know, all those stuff. So this thing is just about politicking, you know. You want to prove to people. Did anybody say something?
Go on.
Okay. So he just want to appeal to us, you know. For example, now, if you see the way Atiku has been speaking, even though we've been suspecting that the Soludo happened to be the undertone, you know, if Atiku analyze the economic situation, you will believe that the guy is an economist. So, unfortunately, the corruption that has been used to fight against him, you know, I'm a person that don't actually believe in the story of this one is corrupt. No, a corrupt man can still end the process. The person that is telling you that it's not corrupt, even that statement itself is corruption, because you're absorbing yourself from what is so glaring. So to me, he's rebranding himself. It's all about politics. As he said that, he rightly said that Obasanjo advised him, you know, about PhD himself, that after this you still be wondering that why was Obasanjo doing PhD. Advised him just to prove to Nigeria something, right? People have been saying, okay, diploma. Okay, I've gone now to get something from Cambridge. I've gone there. You know, when you get to all these reputable schools, you are not going there just for the sake of that pally alone. You want to have some kind of a core that you want to extend your reach within their nominal network, so that, you know, maybe from there you will see someone that formerly lead United Nations.
I don't think that is what Atiku went there for. He went there just solely to make this statement that he has just made now, that he has gone and obtained a master's from Cambridge, which adds to his political
do you know
cachet.
He can actually purchase honorary PhD if he had wanted that too.
Yes, but this so you said you had been to the website
Cambridge.
that I just put. No, to the website that I just put up. It is not Atiku. It is not Atiku that put this story out. It is Cambridge itself that put this story out.
Varsity.co.uk.
Yes.
You know, no, I know. That's why I'm saying that it won't be stupid even for him to even utter that statement. You know, I've said that before. So, until proven otherwise, I want to believe him based on his statement and based on what I've read, right? So, but what's the purpose of it is political. That's exactly what I'm saying. What will he use that thing for? It's politics, nothing more than that. And it's to appeal to people that I'm not uneducated, I'm prepared. That's exactly that's the type of message he's passing across. Naturally.
And I'm saying he's contrasting that against what obtains at the because one of the problems that Nigerians have with this administration is the stipulation in the constitution that sets a minimum bar that Buhari did not attain, but he continues to sit in that office. So I think it was throwing it in that direction too.
Yeah, no, see, one thing I would disagree with there that whether Buhari qualifies, so anybody that tells me that I cannot believe. The only thing is this: how did Buhari get to NDA? That's the major problem. You can't be a former general, for example, and someone will be telling me that you are not educated. No, I disagree with that because NDA.
No. If the constitution is specific, then the constitution is specific. If it's not able to, because that is one of the things that Atiku sued on in 2019.
And one man, don't forget the NDA.
NDA is equivalent to
the NDA is something new.
It wasn't at the
time. No. Sorry,
not go to NDA. No.
And you know all these officers, when you have all these CDR, XYZ in front of their names, you don't have it with Buhari because
it is because one man is because, if I can interject, is because Buhari failed all his exams.
Yes. it doesn't have all these CDR, XYZ.
That's why it didn't have those.
There's no DSS is after you.
No, it did not pass. It's a fact. It did not pass. He failed.
No, the thing I'm actually saying is this, you understand, in the honor of the military institution, you understand, I don't know the level of NDA that time, but if you want to say is that it is difficult for me to say a former general or a retired general that went through all the military courses, war college, all those things, the strategic institute. See, it is very difficult for me that it's not educated, but the processes that push him there is my problem. So whether Buhari is if you say Buhari is uneducated, I find it difficult to accept. Honestly, that's personally
in the military during the Buhari era, they were given accelerated promotion. So because of that, they were recommended for all these courses overseas. And as you know, the military were being controlled by the northern part of the country. So they give them this accelerated promotion that allowed them to go to all these places. People like the Babangida, Atiku Abubakar, the Dogoyaro, and all these people that of their class at that time. That's why you see most of the military, they have if they want to introduce themselves, for example, they say I'm course 10, I'm course 9, I'm course 17, I'm course 20. So this group of people, they were selected and sent to England, to India, to Pakistan, to the US to go study. Buhari was among those people, but the fact of the matter is Buhari failed all his exams, and this is why he did not have all these CFR, GCFR, and all of that. If you look at all of them, they have, but Buhari doesn't have, because the reason for that is because he failed.
Okay. Maybe where?
Yes, I know. How will he get promoted when he failed the exam? How will he get promoted when he failed the exam? From every step of the way.
Are you the one saying that?
Do you know he have been?
Are you the one saying that? Are you the one saying that?
So to me, on that article is just to appeal to people. Already, to be honest with you, I'm a fan of Atiku. Corruption,
I am as well.
Corruption is another thing entirely. Like I tell you something is this: if any human being is telling me that it's not corrupt, that statement itself is corruption. That's just where I see. Because at any point in time, human being must have compromised. I only respect processes. The processes that limit the level to which you can go in terms of corruption. So I don't want anybody to tell me, even if you are a pastor, even if I'm going to vote for you, I still have my reservations. Okay, let's see what you can do. But will you tell me that you are an angel? No, you can't tell me that. Even if I do not even throw it at you, it doesn't mean I believe. Tell me your process, tell me what you want to achieve. So I see Atiku as a competent person, right? Do I want him there in 2023? No. Even if Obasanjo want to come to 2023 with my likeness to Obasanjo, no. What I want for Nigeria in 2023, for example, dismantle this fraudulent structure and do something whereby we have good processes that we can check and balance. That's me. So Atiku, congratulations. It's a master's degree holder in international relations, but no, keep on playing your politics, but I'm not in support. That's just how I say. So to me, now politics according to me, all now politics.
Oh, now politics. All right. Thank you, Ola. Stay with us. I'll go on to Mike next. Mike, I want to take you back to where we started from, because you seem to have some ideas along that who are supremacy, Alaafin, Ooni, and I don't think you've quite had the chance to fully land your thoughts. So just explore that space a bit more, Mike. Mike. Oh, have we lost Mike?
You didn't let me say so much about that anyway.
No, you spoke at length.
But because me, I was saying that my own statement was that why I was even giving my story is this: there's no reason for all this supremacy. Mm-hmm. The thing is that all these people are only fighting for relevance. There are benefits to being this thing. Those are the things they are fighting for. But if you want to follow the tradition, that's what I was saying. Want to follow the tradition. I can't say Alaafin was lying, right? If from all the analysis, from all the things that I say, Alaafin was just supreme. It was supreme where he captured. But when you are now talking of Ekiti and the entire Yoruba land, it's another ball game entirely. That's only because the person that will give you approval for crown, the person that is giving you the crown, that say, okay, you are the ruler of this place. It's just like the head of state. It's just like the chief of army staff, for example, because he controls the military. You are not saying you are superior to the head of state. The head of state during the this that is okay. You go to Ondo State. You go to this state. So is the one making them the administrator and the chief of army staff now. Even the day before that's
the wrong analogy to.
It could be, but that's the level like reason along for now. That's what I'm saying. So the thing is this: because Alaafin of Oyo then was a warrior, he was the one that used to crown Are Ona Kakanfo. Even despite that, Are Ona Kakanfo, there are some territory that it will never go and wage war against. So based on the warfare, Alaafin captured his territory and control a very large territory. But traditionally, based on the throne, the person that gives you crown before you can even become a king. I know. You see, I was going to where this Oyibo, when they brought their politics, when they brought their politics that time. Because Ijebu will not allow British access to Ibadan. They will wait when they will stop it. These people use Koni to go to Alaafin. You are in Ibadan. You are party now. Don't worry. We are going to make you the supreme king. And that's how they managed to get into Ibadan, because they want to be dealing in arms and ammunition, all those of and some other trade. That's how they penetrated that place. That title that Oyibo man, Captain Ross, conferred on this guy, it went with some benefit. That benefit is what Alaafin is fighting for. So when Awolowo came back there, they wanted to readjust that thing. Then Alaafin now aligned himself with NCNC. When Action Congress led by Awolowo saw that, Action Group, they just deposed the man, because Awolowo and this thing, they built this thing around Oodua and Ile-Ife. So that was what I was going to say.
All right, thank you for that. Mike, do we have you back?
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, no, I can't now. I was asking you to explore that space that Ola was just speaking to a bit more, because you had some thoughts about that Alaafin Ooni narrative that we started off with. So I was wanting you to just expand more on your thoughts, which I wanted to hear more from. Yeah.
So then what you guys don't understand is this. You guys don't understand that the way we used to do things in the ancient time is different from the way we started to do things now. The way we used to see things back in the ancient days is different from the way we see things now. In the ancient days, from the beginning, society and people don't do things without the direction of the divinity. You understand? The oracle.
Mike,
directs.
Is there anything about you that is not bush? Even the way you are eating, we are not. You are the one enjoying it.
We can tell you.
What is wrong with you, my man? I
I swear, I stopped eating before I started talking. Just a little bit left in my mouth. I'm chewing.
I will tell Alexander to discipline you.
Mike na babalawo.
Look at that.
Eating and talking at the same time.
Without the chopping and talking at the same time.
This guy
He's eating concussion. He's eating
Mike
concussion
makes
before he
me
can
hungry
speak
now. I have to go and eat. Mike made me hungry now. I have to go and eat something.
I'm telling you.
The funny thing is saying, I don't chew everything in my mouth finish. Now this small way, maybe I just
wait now.
But that Italian is the way they can't give me just now, man. That Italian pasta and shrimp.
Sorry, Mike. Carry on. But just
enjoy your meal, Mike.
Yes, you are making me hungry too. So carry on, Mike. Yeah.
Okay, I mean, I'll drink water, so I'm going to hear my. Anyway, well, yeah, as I was saying, so back then, you understand, from that beginning, everything they were doing was according to instruction. You understand? Now, when they were establishing towns and kingdoms, these things were being done according to the oracles. You understand? And I will tell you one thing that most of you don't even know. You see all those towns in Yoruba land and in the south, those part of Nigeria, that area, even probably across Africa, all those towns that connect to the divinity, the ancient time. Every town was born. There was one of those 256 Odu was what gave birth to that town. You understand? And based on which Odu gave birth to that town, determines what that town would be. You understand? Now, when the oracle instructed Oromio to go and establish Oyo and also Bini, the instruction and on how to get there, which Odu will give birth to those towns, were followed. And based on that, what happens, and based on the instruction from the divine word, is what makes those kingdoms what they are, and the status that they claim, what they will be. And that Odu that gave birth to Oyo, when Oromio got to Oyo and Bini, was the same Odu. And those two kingdoms were the only kingdom that, among all the Yoruba kingdoms, they have that same Odu. And based on that, those two kingdoms were chosen to be the head of every other kingdoms. You understand? That's why people like us are coming from. When we say Alaafin of Oyo is the number one, that's where we are coming from. It's not based on sentiment and it should be there because the warriors, the other rubbish we read from. This is according to divination. This is according to divine instruction, divine information that I have. That's where I base my position that Alaafin of Oyo is the number one according to the ancient knowledge. You understand? Because from Ile-Ife is the source. Ile-Ife is just the source. From Ile-Ife is where the priests of that time, the early priests, where they were. And they divination is what was giving them instruction. Divination is what gave Oromio instruction to go west, to go and set Bini, you understand, establish Bini as a very powerful kingdom. And even Oyo, the story of Oyo, when he was instructed to go to Oyo, he was told that as he's traveling to Oyo, that he will get to Oyo whenever the horse trip. You understand? That will be the place he should stop and do divine. And if it divines the Odu, if this Odu, that I don't want to say the name of the Odu, if this particular Odu come, then that's the place to establish that powerful kingdom.
Why do you know? No, say the name of Odu now. What is what?
That's why the word Oyo came from. Only see Yo, Yo. You understand? So when he was going, when the us Yo, that's why they named that place Oyo. That's where the word Oyo came from. You understand? And this kingdom was set up to be a very powerful kingdoms and head of every other kingdom where they can never be conquered. You understand? So these are the ancient information that people don't know. That's why you guys are just talking, and I'm like, you guys go and study Odu of Ifa. You know these things. You find real information. It's not waiting on Oyibo scholar.
Okay, can you
Because
reference
Nigerians have this mentality.
Because I'm interested in studying the Odu of Ifa. So where do I start?
You have to go and join the AWO. The AWOs are the one that have all the information.
No, I don't want to do that.
That's what they call it. AWO is secret. You understand? There are knowledge in this world that ordinary person
man, you are
learn.
not asking the right question. You are not asking the right question.
There are some secrets.
What's the right question?
Mike, are you an AWO?
It's none of your business, man. Don't worry about that.
It's a cult now, you know.
Because there's one Baba Yoruba channel. If you want to know all these things, push it to Baba Yoruba on his YouTube. He has
I know that guy. I know him. I don't want to talk about him. Is it new? My problem with the guy, the Baba Yoruba, is relatively new.
Let me even check him as we're talking.
He is relatively new in the tradition, but he talked beyond himself. He think he already figured it out. The knowledge in Ifa is you can't learn in one lifetime. The knowledge is too deep, man. It's too deep. You guys think Bible, Quran have not you. In fact, the story, the scripture is too deep. So he is new, but he talks as if he got it all figured out. Because he knows the law. He's a very intelligent guy, but there's some things you don't know. Just don't say no. Don't start talking about things you don't know. Some things you just want to talk about.
But Mike, if you know, we want to learn. People like us, some of us will learn from Ashati Orisha. It doesn't mean that we have the detail. So it's not bad if you tell us something, because all those AWO that we come, if we ask them questions, they respond to us. They try to make what we don't know known to us.
But there are some things you must not know. As if you are not an initiated priest. There are some information you know that you go crazy. You can't. There are some information in this world no man can hear about it. The only thing someone like me can tell you something.
No. Mike is along the lines. There's one book of the Bible that what's that book of the Bible that people will read it and they go mad. The seventh book of something.
Do you know that? Do you know that there's some information that before they give it to me as a student of Ifa, I have to go through some ritual before I can even hear it.
Okay.
You understand?
That's what I wanted you to say. Tell me that you are a student of
and if you hear it, and if you hear that information,
based on that,
you cannot speak it out.
Once you give me your domain, I won't even argue with you. That's me for you. You understand? If you are an IFA student, well, I respect. I don't talk again. I won't argue.
All right, thank you, Ola. Mike, just one other thing. There's this school of thought that the IFA, the bits that they throw, is the underpinnings of the binary system that now led to computing. Have you heard that? Have you heard that argument? And
it's a fact now.
And what are your thoughts on it?
Yeah, in fact, if you're talking about the knowledge of science, technology, all these things, the principles of them, they are all in Ifa. The principles of them, the principles, astronomy, astrology, medicine, anything, the fundamental principle of them are in with the Africans. You understand? That's what the Europeans got. The Europeans were students of the Africans. The reason why they're advancing is because they have the desire and the willingness to go into to do the work. So it's kind of like how we have the refined in Africa, we have the crude minerals. You understand? Just like in Nigeria, we have the crude oil, right? So we have the crude, and then the Europeans will come and take that something in the crude form and refine it to become something, you understand, advanced. You understand? So with our knowledge, it's more in a raw crude form. You understand? So when Europeans come to us, they take it to their own society and go and refine it to get things out of it. You understand? So the roots of knowledge, science, and technology, the knowledge is with the Africans. You understand? And some of it are so powerful and so dangerous that they make it secret. You understand? It's secret. It got to be only in the eyes and the minds of people that are initiated. The Europeans that came to Africa and got initiated into many of our spiritualities. They in the middle for them doing hundreds of years.
A lot of those artifacts that they took, it wasn't actually artifact, it was knowledge.
Yeah, knowledge. They've been studying our knowledge for years, for hundreds of years. Today they're just using it to go far, you know. I mean, if you look at look at their currency, even the Statue of Liberty there in New York. That's the goddess of liberty. That's Moremi Ajasoro, the goddess of liberty. You understand? So if you look at their currency,
Liberty, you know, Statue of Liberty came from France. What are you talking about?
No. The symbol, the knowledge of that symbol came from us. You understand?
All right.
So what I'm saying is the so many Europeans that based on roots of their knowledge come from they were students of the Africans in those days. Even Socrates was a student of the Africans when he went to Europe.
Yes.
They called him a great philosopher.
There's this French, not French, Spanish painter called Pablo Picasso. If you go and look at his works, all of his works are based on that African theme, and they're telling us he's the genius of his time. But all of Picasso's work are based on African themes.
When they say Socrates was the father of philosophy, I begin to study his work, and they say he's the one that came up with this philosophy. He's the one. And then when I go to study far, everything Socrates said and did, I remember I did it, said it, and I'm like, okay. So we already had this before Europeans even knew about it, and you're praising Socrates. So when I began to do research and find out Socrates, he was actually a student. He went to Africa to learn and went back to Europe and started teaching them. And they were worshiping him, and today they refer him as the father of philosophy and all these things. So, you know, we have the info, we have the knowledge, we have the roots knowledge to advance, but unfortunately in Africa they came to colonize us and give us, it's like they took our knowledge and gave us something different to follow, so that way we don't advance. So the colonial process was to brainwash us, to change us from our direction, and unfortunately if we don't begin to realize, begin to make a U-turn, we are even going to further destruction, further loss. We are getting lost, because about 100 years ago, if you go to the Yoruba land and you point at any plants, a person can give you like 60 different theories about that plants, tell you different things. But today, we've lost all those, people have lost those knowledge, you understand? Because everybody is running for westernization and believe that if you can't speak English, you are an illiterate, you are not civilized. You know?
All right.
So unfortunately, that's where we are heading. And you know, today we believe that the basis for our education should be Western based, European based, based on and our white man told us to do it. And what we don't understand is these people have an agenda. They want to finish Africa. They want to destroy us. You know, and until we start looking into our own, deep into our own knowledge, our roots, because the people that they should be designing our curriculum should be people. The owls are the ones that should be designing our, you know, roots of our fundamental of our education system. You know?
All right, thank you, Mike. Let me I'll go on to the Seno next, and then we start to round off from there. But before I go on to the Seno, there's this woman called Sophie Oluwole. I'm not sure if you're aware of her or not, Mike, but she speaks specifically to that space. She's a professor, by the way. So I think she may well have passed away now. I'll actually put a link to just one of our videos. If you go check her out, Mike, in your spare time, I think
she died. She died.
Yes, I think you might well expand more on that space that you're talking to. But she breaks down these things from an academic point of view, speaking to that space that you were speaking to, Mike. But I thank you for that, Mike. So we go to Deseno next, and we take him as the last voice, and then we just round off quickly. So Deseno now to that Oshiomhole space that you were trying to expand on. Oshiomhole is saying that he had a court judgment that could have held him in situation as the APC chairman, but he ceded that space for reasons of political expediency. But you were speaking to his politics, especially as it is localized within your state. Deseno.
Yeah, you know, Oshiomhole said he joined politics to kick out the PDP, but the PDP actually kicked him out of politics, you know, in that regard. So, Oshiomhole, you know, in my opinion, I believe that Oshiomhole relevance is, you know, is down below his knee, you know, currently. So I don't know how he's going to pull it up, you know. So at the national level, I don't think Oshiomhole, will do very well. Because according to what somebody said here earlier, that if he tries to, be relevant at the national level, they're going to pull up his, his cards. They're going to pull up his scorecard while he was governor, in those states. Some of the things that he did, how he amassed wealth and all of that, that could be used against him. And I truly believe that as well. And like what I think Rational Mind said, that the only way he could come up again maybe is to run, as senatorial, as a senator, in his district, and that will give him some leverage to to elevate himself at the national level again. But the truth of the matter is, with the way Oshiomhole has dug himself into the political system in those states, I don't think if he contests even at the senatorial level, because during the last election against Godwin Obaseki of the APC, he actually lost his word, to the opposition. So I don't know how he's going to do that. So that is, to me, Oshiomhole, relevancy currently, is not going to do him of, any good. I think he's better. I think he could just stay and just maintain his peace, as far as politics is concerned.
Be enjoying life with that Cape Verde bird.
Exactly.
How did somebody like Oshiomhole? I'm answering the question. I already know the answer. How did somebody like Oshiomhole land that sort of a woman? I mean,
listen,
too much money.
You need to understand.
Too much money.
One thing about women. You need to understand one thing about women.
Hey,
women are not loyal to anything that has no value. That's women for you. Women are not loyal to anything that has no value.
You know that woman is a lawyer. You know she's a beauty queen. You know she all the options that she had, and she chose Oshiomhole.
There was a lot of story that come up with her, but I don't want to go there.
Go now. I mean, we are amongst boys now. You know they say Oshiomhole has an airline somewhere in Canada, that he has a airline, not a plane, but an airline.
Could be. These people, they amass so much money from the States. They have businesses outside and all of that. So let's just.
He met her in a first-class lounge in Dubai. You know, she used to be an air hostess with the Emirates.
That's why I don't want to go there.
Yeah.
There's some information you just want to leave it at that.
No. If it's information, then it should be shared. I mean, what are you doing? Are you not the serious news? You are not.
Even though we don't like him, let's respect him.
And why do Edo people look like Oshiomhole and Obaseki?
I don't know. Probably if you can answer that. But as far as I know, the girl was the father.
They say no, really.
How does Oshiomhole look like? How does Oshiomhole look like?
Have you not seen his picture? Have you seen his picture?
So let's go back to the story
now. Ovie fine boy now.
According to the Yoruba, Ovie is Agbaje now. He's a Yoruba boy.
Oshiomhole did it because he get banned. Oshiomhole have money.
But most of them, they look like Obaseki and Oshiomhole.
Yeah, so as I was saying,
you look better than
yeah, so the
Mike, hold it there.
Based in Holland, he was flying the KLM all the way to Nigeria. I think that's where they were connected. I don't want to go to the other part, so they leave the other part.
Are you saying she's a high class? What's it?
I don't know. No, I didn't say
that. Look at that. You are spreading rumors. I mean, they say, no,
I didn't say that. No. So let's respect the man.
Okay.
Yeah. So basically, Oshiomhole, I think, like I said before, I think he better just stay where he is politically right now, because if he's trying to make any move to the federal, there are some people that will check him there.
So you don't anticipate any comeback for him ever, with all that he has in terms of political cachet?
Right now, the only way, like Rational Mind said, the only way he can elevate himself, is through the senatorial, as a senatorial candidate, for the Senate. That's the only way he can, be relevant. Other than that, there's no other way. If you try to,
will you be surprised if it's the president of the Senate come 2023?
No, I don't think Oshiomhole is, not respect to him, but I don't think he's well qualified to occupy that position. No, I don't think so. Even the current one that is there now, if you look at him very well, he's a smart man. He looks very smart, but the cultural different. How do I say it? Is it the?
It's too much of an Agbero.
Yeah, there's so much differences. The culture and the culture and religion, take more precedent of his action than any other thing. So it doesn't focus on development like when Bukola was there, or maybe Ken Namani and all the other people. Those people, they were a different level of politics. Even though they were, their fingers in the cookie jar, during those times. Compared to this one is almost at par with the current person in Nassau Rock. So they don't have anything relevant to actually, to help the country to grow rather than to sink it.
All right. Thank you, Deseno. So I'll start to round off here. It's just really because the session has gone on long enough. So just like a literal 1 minute as I
I think
say.
I'd like to pick on the Atiku one.
Okay, go on. Just a quick thought on that. Yeah.
Yeah. Because I read the varsity that you posted on there.
Yes.
They did not say Atiku graduated on, they didn't say he graduated. They only say he went for, a lecture at Cambridge to study international relations. They didn't say he graduated or anything like that. So I don't know what I don't know what kind of study that you went there to study. Is it because if you want to study for a master's degree is about minimum of 18 months. And if you want to study for a first degree is about 2-3 years, depend on the course. And according to previous information, Atiku only had a diploma. So for you to go study for a master's degree, I think you must have a first degree. So I don't know where Atiku, jump, or maybe he had something that we don't know before.
People like that, with their position in government or in authority, they give them some kind of exemption.
Yeah. Maybe as an adult, or so maybe as some.
They look at their years in business, all those experiences. So they give them some sort of exemption, and they enjoy that. Yes. The position of leadership they have had, and years of experience in position of leadership of a country or nation. So they give them exemption. So
yes.
I don't think you'd be lying about that, though. If you didn't,
no, it wouldn't be lying.
And I don't think and because this is the website, or if you go to that website, if you click on the homepage, that just stands alone as the Nigerian story. The rest of the place is just about Cambridge and the life.
Another thing again is,
and he said also he said I read. He did not say I am reading. He said I read. Where I read.
That's the past tense, yes.
Of course. So that then suggests that is something that has completed.
So it's true. And also, as like Ajali Koko said, they give them some sort of leverage.
Matured student, experienced man, former vice president.
Yeah, or maybe he could have a role for the course, a few years back, and he'd be studying. This is what they have money. They can afford to fly professor.
You have to remember that this guy has been out of space since 2007. So
yes. So he must have a role. So he'd be studying maybe online or some kind of. They can afford to fly professor to their house and be living there, be teaching them. They send it to Cambridge
and also a lot of these universities, they have satellite universities outside of their core base.
Yes.
So this Cambridge University, they would almost certainly have some university in Dubai.
So we have to take Atiku by his words.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Oh, okay,
and
brilliant.
as far, you see, just for me to conclude, and as far as Atiku is concerned, me personally, I will not support Atiku to become president of Nigeria because, you see, I've been monitoring.
Versus Tinubu.
I wouldn't want any of them as Nigerian leader.
It's not about what you want; it's what is likely to happen.
Yeah, what is likely to happen. But for personally, I don't want any of them because for those people, nothing is going to change in Nigeria. Is status quo going to remain? And also I don't want any northern candidates. If they were to bring any northern candidate, for example, and become the president, we are still going to face the same issue that we are facing now.
Is Atiku a northern candidate or a Nigerian candidate?
He's a northern candidate. He's a northern candidate.
You see, because I see Atiku more as a Nigerian than a northerner. He's a Lagos boy.
In terms of religion and culture, they are the same, and they have the same mindset. So it's not the person; it's the mindset. What the person will project for the country. Because
do you think Atiku and Buhari are of the same mindset?
They might not be of the same mindset. Atiku might be more liberal compared to Buhari.
Who do you think is closer to you, the Seno, in mindset, Atiku or Buhari, or even Tinubu?
I will say Atiku.
I gave you three names.
Three names. Atiku,
Buhari, or Tinubu. Who do you think is closer to you in mindset, just from what you know of them? Not culturally, but in mindset.
I would say Atiku.
There you go. He's a Nigerian, not a northerner. And for me, I'll say Atiku as well.
Because Atiku is a businessman. So he's able to connect to people when it comes to business. But does he have the relevant skill? Because all those companies that he managed and he'll be making money, he's not the one managing them. He's just there as a figurehead, controlling, paying people's salary and all of that.
But is that not the point? You get the right people. He's not going to do every department in governance.
Atiku, in terms of managing the Nigerian economy, because we had experience with Yar'Adua. When Yar'Adua was the president of Nigeria, although people say that he was doing a lot of good things at that time, but economically, Nigeria was suffering. I remember a lot of people complaining at that time. Even somebody like Dele Momodu was complaining, writing an article about Nigeria was suffering badly. The same thing happened with the current one by President Buhari. The Nigeria economy is suffering. So if we bring Atiku, how are we not sure? Because we are not of the same. Even though the mindset that you just talked about, is much closer.
Yes, I know. Nigerian economy was suffering because Niger Delta guys were in action then. They were holding, blowing pipeline, and they were kidnapping oil workers, and
foreigners.
They cut down the oil production. So that affected the economy.
All that contributed, but the Nigerian economy was suffering, in general.
I said that is the major thing. That is why the economy suffered, because guys from Niger Delta, cut down the supply line.
And currently, from 2015 up to now,
and he's the one. Remember, Gazano is the one that came up with a program to help the Niger Delta people. The program to rehabilitate them and did everything.
I did mention that by saying that.
So that's a visionary leader right there. That's a very smart leader, not a Janjaweed like the one you have now.
No. I did mention it that he did a lot of good things, while he was there, but the economy was suffering at the same time due to the reasons that you just mentioned and some other factors. So, and now we have this one, in position. We are suffering, killing, and mass adoption, school closure, poverty, just name it. So, if we bring another person of the same orientation and religion, how are we going to assure ourselves that we are going to make progress?
Out of the mix in play at the moment, who do you think the best option is? Not what you will wish, but out of the mix in play.
out of for the three people that for the two people that you mentioned, Tinubu
not even the two, but the landscape, but the realistic landscape, not what you will wish, not what you want or don't want, but in the reality. No,
I would prefer
reality. Yeah.
I would rather see somebody from the south because of our
Then that would be Tinubu.
I want somebody from the south because of our orientation, because we have a progressive mind.
Okay, let me give you. Let me narrow you down a bit and give you options. Desano, I'll give you 6 names, and I want you to list them in order of preference. 1 to 6, 1 being the one you prefer the most, and 6 being the least you prefer. El-Rufai, Tinubu, Atiku, Fayemi, Tambuwal, or one other. Who should be the last one?
What of Peter Obi?
Peter Obi. Yes.
What about Sanusi?
No. I don't think Peter Obi is strong enough. Or Shibanjo. So El-Rufai, Tambuwal, Atiku, Tinubu, who was the other one? Oshibanjo or Fayemi? Yeah.
Peter Obi.
If I were to put them in order,
you didn't mention any Igbo name now.
Because the Igbos are not in play. They don't have a chance, do they?
What do you mean? What do you mean,
okay, substitute Fayemi with Peter Obi then.
Yeah, so for me, I will start with Peter Obi as number 1 because of his vast knowledge of the economy and his his background as an economist and also a former governor, because he seemed to be, because of what he did in Anambra State, while he was governor. Then the number 2 person for me would be Fayemi. Number 3 would be I would have put. I'm going to put Oshibanjo as 4th. I'll put Atiku as number 3 because the reason for me putting Oshibanjo as number 4, Oshibanjo has been part of this administration, and due to some reason that we don't know, he has a very good approach to governance, but he has not been allowed to exercise his authority. Looking from the outside, So
rule him out. He's part of this atrocity. Rule that person out.
No, his name is in the
He's part of this atrocity.
His name is in the
Rule him out.
He's a pastor.
Rule him and Tinubu
out. Don't trust pastor.
Destructive administration.
Hold on, Ajane Koko. Who are you putting at number 5?
I'll put Tinubu at number 5. The last person there will be El-Rufai.
Okay.
So that would be my order.
Okay. Sorry. Just Mike, can you go through that list as well? 1 to 6, those names.
Give me those names again.
Okay, it's El-Rufai, Tinubu, Atiku, Peter Obi, Fayemi, or Oshibanjo.
Yeah, those are all useless, man. Okay. Probably Oshibanjo will be number 1. And then say Fayemi. Probably Oshibanjo. What that name is there?
Is that
El-Rufai? I can go El-Rufai.
As number 2.
Yeah, number 2. Yeah. I don't know too much about Fayemi, man. I don't know shit about him.
So then leave him to the end. Then if you don't.
Why would El-Rufai want to contest? I mean,
I would have picked Peter Obi, but I would have picked Peter Obi, but I can't. If that guy become president, he'll probably do nepotism just like Buhari, and then he won't know how to manage. He won't know how to manage crisis.
Is that the Yoruba you coming out or what?
No. I'm studying it. He won't know how to manage crisis. If Peter will become president, he probably have a program in that country because.
Is that the Yoruba you coming out?
No, I'm studying. No.
Can if your massive Mike, what did if your massive to you, eh?
Mike is making a very valid point.
I'm telling you, man.
Look at that. If your man said no to Mike in Form 3.
No. I've studied the guy. He ignores.
Mike is making a point, though.
No.
Mike is making a point. I'm telling you.
I'm telling you the truth, man. He wouldn't know how to manage crisis. The thing about like a three people man, they don't know how to manage crisis.
Fact.
Something might happen when he's supposed to come. The reason why I chose someone like what's his name, Osibanjo, is because Nigeria right now needs someone that can manage crisis and someone that can manage, unite the people and manage the ethnic situation. Rufai, what's his name? Osibanjo has proven to be someone like that, and Rufai has also proven to be someone like that. He comes down, he really attends to crisis and speak to it, because when those northern youths were giving the Easterners 3 months notice, something like that, Rufai was one of those people that stepped up and called them and went meeting him and said, listen, that's not how you do things. Use diplomacy, and he quickly handled the crisis. Because what's been killing Nigeria over the history is that we have never had leaders that know how to manage crisis. Look at Buhari right now. He doesn't know how to manage the crisis. He's making it worse. Even from the back, even Ronsi, you could have prevented all the old madness.
All
They didn't know how to manage crisis. Allow the whole thing to blow off.
You have Atiku, Tinubu, and Fayemi left. So
I have Atiku, Tinubu, and Fayemi
left.
I haven't mentioned. I didn't mention Obi. After El Rufai, after Osibanjo, El Rufai, then the next person I'll probably pick will be I'll say Tinubu, because of Babatunde Fashola will be in this administration. You understand? And then the next one will probably be maybe Fayemi, and then Peter Obi, and then Atiku last. Because right. Atiku, I mean, come on, that man is useless, man. Come on, I don't know what you guys are. He's one of the.
All right. Thank you. If I was to run that order, I would probably go Atiku, then Oshibanjo, then Tinubu, then Peter Obi, then El Rufai, and then Fayemi, then El Rufai. Ovia, I'll ask you, but you have to be rapid about it. Don't turn it. Yeah, go on, Ovia.
No, I still with the code. Are you saying what do I want or what may likely happen?
No, just give us your running order. However you want to approach it.
Those names you put, I think I'll prefer Tinubu. It will come as number one for me.
Right.
For reason that would disqualify, that make me not to choose other one. Means that with the revelation that we are receiving from the top, with how these men have been positioned, the only person that will not go along that status quo is Tinubu. He has the mind to call their bluff up. That's what I'm seeing.
And number two, just rapidly, yeah.
You said El-Rufai, Fayemi.
Yeah.
And who?
Sorry, El-Rufai, Fayemi, Tinubu, Oshibanjo, Atiku Abubakar, and Peter Obi.
All right. Well, Tinubu, my preference, Atiku, El-Rufai.
So Atiku is your number two?
Yes. For me right now, yes. But
number three?
Number three, El-Rufai.
Okay. Number four?
That's between that's Fayemi, Osibanjo, and Peter Obi. That's
you can make all three of them joint four if you are undecided.
I mean, I don't join. For me, I join the four of them as well. Tinubu and the rest of them. That's what I see. So
all right. You know why I'm narrowing it to those names? Those names for me are people that are realistically in play. So let me just run it through everybody then, but just very rapidly without too much.
But I don't know how Peter Obi is in play though.
Because Ajale Koko insisted. I was going to discount him completely, but Ajale Koko insisted. So just rapidly, without being too expansive, if anyone else, let's go to Olas. Just rattle through them without having to give too much of an explanation.
Give me the name Oshibanjo number one. Who else?
Oshibanjo, El-Rufai, Tinubu, Atiku, Peter Obi, and I can't remember the last one.
I will pick Osinbajo.
Fire me, yeah.
I pick Osinbajo because of what he knows, because of his initial antecedents before he was caught. Then I will not pick Tinubu just because of his age. Then Atiku, I will not pick him just because of his age.
No, give us your order. So who's your number one?
Osinbajo.
Yes.
Then Peter Obi.
Right.
Every other people, good luck today.
All right. So you can't go just to rate them anyway. You know them, irrespective of if you don't just since that is what is the rate
I will pick first of all Osinbajo, then Peter Obi. Others join together.
All right. Okay. And rational mind. Just try and list them anyway, even if you just give them a running order 1 to 6.
Well, for me, if anybody I'm thinking of, I don't know. I mean, you want me to talk about those people you mentioned already, or somebody?
Yeah, just limit it to those. You know.
Okay.
And you can have a bonus one at the end, but limit it to those first, and then have your bonus one at the end.
One person I believe that could really turn things around, and I think respect rule of law is Yemi Osinbajo.
Okay.
But for me, I think it should be an Igbo's turn right now. An Igbo person.
No. Don't go with that sentiment. Go with what you think should be.
Okay. Okay. Let me do it this way.
Number one.
Yemi Osinbajo.
Okay.
This guy from Anambra State, former Anambra State government.
Peter Obi.
And if not Yemi Osinbajo, Peter Obi first, and then Yemi Osinbajo second. But Yemi Osinbajo first, Peter Obi second. And for me, no Erufai. Who's the second person?
Atiku, Tinubu, and Fayemi. So you can leave Erufai to the bottom if you don't rate him. Yes, so that's your number 3.
Atiku. No, Atiku. Well, okay. Atiku. And,
that's number 4.
And maybe Erufai last. Yeah.
Okay. And did you do Tinubu?
No. For me, no Tinubu for me.
Oh, okay, then Tinubu will be last then, wouldn't he?
Maybe Showore.
I should not mind the verse.
Okay, and who's your bonus candidate? You said
Showore would have been the person.
Oh, okay.
Showore or Mogalu.
Oh, all right, thank you. So same rules apply. Ajale Koko.
Peter will be number 1.
I knew it. You're championing that guy seriously.
Atiku number 2. And the rest of them are APC men.
They are number 6.
All of them, I don't want them because they are part of the system, the current system that is committing genocide against Nigeria. So they should all of them should die together.
They are one. If not that one, they are one.
They are the same people. They didn't stand up against this man. They didn't do what they promised Nigeria, so it doesn't matter. It's not let's kick away the sentiment or Yoruba. Let's throw all of them away. They are committed genocide against this nation. They are all bastards.
All right, thank you.
I think I agree with that. APC, they are all they all put them on one side.
All right, so we will have to round off here because it's now a long enough session. So you know the rules. Literal 1 minute. We go from Ove. Literally 1 minute. Rational mind, Mike, Ola, engineer if he's still with us, and then Ajanle Koko to have the last word. So just a literal 1 minute of you.
Well, I mean, it's becoming clearer, and by the day that he's on, you see all the agitation, all the go everything now. They don't rally all of us to one place. They go use us from chorus and team where they go use. So it's becoming obvious, but it is to me there is always hope for Nigerian state. There is always hope. If only we just this energy where would they take pull ourselves apart. I won't go. Trust me, if we bring that energy together within us, they are not fit do anything now. We'll win the game. So that's how I'm saying it. That's how I look at it. So we should keep pushing as anybody that still believe in Nigeria. And those who don't believe again, owners give us a shot. Give us more 50 years. At least.
All right. All right, thank you, V. And one day I will nail you down on these abstract thoughts that you say it with passion, but you don't actually say it at all. But one of these days you will say it with or without that passion. I will nail you down, but not today. Ovie, you escaped me today again, but what out? I'm after you. Ovie, ladies and gentlemen, thank you, Ovie. Rational Mind, your thoughts.
Well, I think I just want to end on the note of Atiku and this guy and the Yoruba thing we talked about. Well, for me, I think time has, looking at the historical context, I don't think when the Oyo Empire used to be powerful, would have said maybe yes, the Alaafin of Oyo had should I say, that authority compared to that of Ooni of Ife. But then in a modern time, the modern society now, nobody, in fact, I think if the federal government classify Ooni first before even classifying, I think Alaafin for Oyo. So going by that, I don't think that thing she is saying right now that is more superior than or supreme than that of Ooni of Ife. I don't think that will hold at this.
There's no such thing as modern time. Man.
So that's
time
up to
is
you.
time.
This is for me. I'm going by what is obtainable right now. That's what I'm saying. So then on Atiku, I wish him the best. Like Ola said, I think it's a good thing that he has tried to like reinvent himself, should I say, trying to get more education and to prove to Nigerians that he's not like the dollar that we have there right now, who never did anything to himself and they sold him to us and then we felt maybe he was the right guy. So, I mean, it's a good thing he's trying to get himself educated and prepared. But for me, I think that is not something for us to base it on for him to come back as a president. And that's all I have to say.
It's too late for
brilliant. Thank you. Rational Mind, as ever, always to the point and concise. Rational Mind, ladies and gentlemen. Next, Ola, that literal 1 minute again. Ola, your word.
Yeah, it has been a very fruitful session and very informative. Like one thing that I learned today is that the power tussle between our monarch, if there's anything that the message that I got from that place and I want people to learn from is this: do we really have to fight for supremacy, or what's the purpose of that position and what's the benefit to the people? So if this position, if all this fighting for supremacy will not benefit people, then it's irrelevant to me personally. So whether we like it or not, all these Oba too, they're still under the local government, whether we like it or not. So those things are the relevant things. So what can this Oba do just to make sure that they align with the people and help people channel the right path into sustainable, community or society? That's all I'm after. So the power tussle is for selfish interest, but what they should be looking at is how to use that into a position to benefit people. So the supremacy helps nobody as it stands now. So that's my own today. So that's what we should learn from. We should forget about whatever these politicians, whatever they are fighting for, or whatever the monarchs are fighting for. Let's forget them. Let's look at what is the application of the institution to the common people. That's all I have for today.
All right, thank you, Ola. As ever, you always learn more in the company of Ola. You always learn also in the company of Mike. Mike, your words.
Well, one thing people need to understand is this, man. See, the order of this world is not designed. It's not decided. It's not decided. It's not decided by people of this world. One thing we learn in spirituality is this: before anything manifests physically, it was already completed spiritually. You understand? They will also say, "Ayi Lord Jaonile." See, things that's going on in this world. It's things that's been said and ordained from the spiritual world. So whatever we're going through, there's a spiritual root to it. Now, to the throne of the Obas. The Obas cannot decide who is supreme, who is not. It's a divine word. It's a divine word that decides who is the supreme king, who is not. So I go back to the beginning. It was chosen that Oyo and Bini, according to the instruction that the divinity, the divination gave Oromio, that those two kingdoms will be the most powerful throne on this planet. So there's nothing anyone can do to today. Those kingdoms are there. No one can eliminate those kingdoms. They are there. They may not be, their power may not be so, the efficacy of their power may not be so on right now, because the divine word cannot turn their power down right now. But there will be time where that ability will be restored. Anybody that go and study if I will know there was a time in history where the Oba of Benin Alaafin for Yosu King can use mouth to command someone to die. Those powers are not the spirit world kind of tone the power down for now, just to make us go through what we are going through right now. It's just a lesson. So people cannot come here and be using intellectual rubbish to be giving information. People really are spiritual world. We know what's really going on. So that's just what I have to. Well, for the issue of Nigeria, until Nigerians know where the rain began to beat them, before they can find out, before they will find out where their solution is. Until then, forget it, man. These things will remain the same. Forget waiting for the next president. Things will remain the same for the next forever. Until that day they figure where the rain began to beat them. Okay, that's my word, Sha.
All right. Thank you, Mike. Always a delight to hear from Mike. Always controversial, but always a delight. So Deseno next. Deseno here, he has stayed with us till the end this time around. So your words, Deseno.
Yes. Thank you for having me on the show today. And I want to say that for Atiku and Oshiomhole, we advise Oshiomhole to stay where he is for now. Otherwise, it's going to be, he will be rubbish even more if he tries to, align himself or try to put himself in a vantage position within the federal system, of the APC, because there are a lot of people who are not very disposed to his, coming in at this point in time, because they know the type of person that he is, and he's a rabble rouser, and I think a lot of people will be very, very uncomfortable with him, going in there. And for Atiku should just look for a different alternative opportunity for himself outside of the political system, because I'm not also disposed to him being the president of the country, because his orientation and religious, belief, sometimes can, is not different from the person who is there right now. And I don't believe anything will change under him. The status quo continue, and Nigeria and the Nigerian masses will be the victim of it, continue suffering and all that. So I'm not, in favor of him becoming the president of the country. If he trying to go to Cambridge to go and study in order to fool people, so that people will believe in him, that now he has acquired more education, now he has changed. No man change at the age of 40, let alone man who's above 60, to do something, different from what, he's used to. So Atiku cannot come and deceive Nigerians, because the Nigerian masses have suffered too much. We need a new breath of fresh air, people that will elevate the living standard of the people that will, put Nigeria on the world map, people that will look to, all the international community in the face and say, listen, and beat their chest, say, yes, I'm a Nigerian, and this is what I can do for my country, So for that, I don't think Atiku is the right person. We need to look for a more, forward-thinking and very positive individual who will actually reshape Nigeria from what we are now, from the mass killing and genocidal people in government and all of that. So he's not the right candidate for me. And then in general, for the Nigerian people, I believe that, like Mike said, that until Nigeria, begin to, to see where the rain, beat them, then they will figure out the solution on how to move Nigeria forward and elevate themselves as well, to become a decent and purposeful citizen. Because right now, the ruling class and the political elite do not see Nigerian citizens as part of, the system. They've been, separated and put in a distance position. They don't have the means. When I say the means, they don't have the money to organize themselves, and they don't have somebody who can actually organize them and fund them to be able to take the political power. And these politicians, they know that. This is why they keep playing with the intelligence of Nigerians, all the time. So Nigeria need to, some of the political elite who are very positive minded, they need to come together and organize the young people and fund them, because once you fund them, the Nigerians, they know what to do. What they need is just somebody to organize them and put some, and fund them. They will take over, the political space from these kleptomanic politicians all over the place, jostling for for power at all costs, not to line their pockets, because I'm actually sick of them. So this is what I will conclude on tonight. And thank you for having me.
All right, thank you, Desano. So Desano, one of the marquee voices on the platform. Desano, let's see if we have engineer. We try one more time, and then engineer, are you with us? Okay, I think we may not have engineer. He may well have stepped away from his computer. So, so then, of course, as with tradition, Ajanle Koko, to short things down, to just wrap it up. So just in a quick summary, Ajanle Koko, the final word.
By the Obaship in Yoruba land, the Ooni of Ife is the father of Yoruba nation, while Alaafin of Oyo is the son of Ooni. Ooni of Ife is the most spiritual leader of Yoruba nation, and as such is the one in the position to give crown to all the kings in Yoruba land. Him and the Olufon are the one that give crown to all the Obas in Yoruba land. Olufon is the descendant of Obatala, but Ooni overshadow Obatala as the direct descendant of Oduduwa. So in this respect, we have to see the Ooni as the supreme head and number one king of the Yoruba nation, while Alaafin, as the grandson of Oduduwa, remain number two in the Yoruba nation. At this point, I will leave the rest till tomorrow, one man.
All right.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ajanle Koko. A delight. As ever, Ajanle Koko traditionally rounds things up for us. So not much more left for me to say, other than to invite you, if you're not already subscribed to the platform, to please do that right now and immediately, because that, of course, chimes with the YouTube algorithm, and it brings more of an participation to the space. So if you're subscribed, then more people get to see the platform, and then even voices as interesting as the ones you have heard now will come and join us to engage in even more detailed and high-functioning conversations around important topics relating to the country called Nigeria. So all of those reasons and more to subscribe. So I'll leave it there. Carry the conversation on with you in the comment section, and here I say peace. And I leave you as we came in the capable hands of the now departed Victor Uwaifo. Guitar boy.